How's everybody doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Send in those gifts. We got some news to cover today. We're gonna do some technical analysis. How's everybody doing today? Hi Tila, how's it going? This is actually not a picture. I'm behind the Hulk. Ah. Ah. I will remove the Hulk once we get to 10K likes. What's going on, Kodak? How you doing, man? Jason, how you doing? The Hulk comes down once we hit 10K likes. You can see my face. Also, I have the fly zapper from the TikTok shop. I'm trying to catch a fly. That's why I got all the lights off. If you see a fly in the live, man, I'm trying to catch it. Trying to catch it. It's so annoying too. And because the screens are so bright, it just like is attracted to them. I'm trying to catch it. You're frustrated by the market? I'm not. We're actually all pretty happy because we foresaw all of this coming. So if you're frustrated by the market, I would recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber where I can offer one-on-one coaching. Everybody here in the live is super stoked about this move downward. We knew it was coming. We knew that the Ripple case was going to end the way it did. We had all that information. You're on top of it. Who saw the Ripple case? I told y'all. No problem, no problem. Here to help. Here to help. Hopefully we can catch this fly. What's going on, Neo? I haven't had a chance to cover what you wanted me to do yet with the moon cycle stuff. I've just been so busy, man. Greedy when others are fearful. Exactly. Exactly. And we even know when others are going to be fearful. And we know what it's going to be. How low will it go? Maybe like $2. If it breaks 190, it's going down to that 175, 160. So we shall see. It just depends on how much moon cheese people are willing to eat. Yeah, that's just short term, you know? Short term. In the 1 hour, it's forming something bearish, though. I think it's going to form an ascending wedge. Yeah, I think 150 is possible. I'm leaning more towards the high side because the hopium's real, but if people just get turned off by crypto and it just starts tanking, or not crypto, but XRP, and it just starts tanking, then yeah, it's gonna die quick. Jason says, I hope it goes to 160. I saw a few minutes of your live earlier. Man, that guy's smile is amazing. Oh, you talking about Cosmic? Yeah, Cosmic is cool. He was on the live the other day. If you missed it, it's recorded on YouTube. It's kind of cool. Now that I've been accepted amongst my peers as a fellow creator, all the other creators are actually talking to me or listening to me. It was difficult trying to reach out and get a hold of people at first, and now it's like everybody wants to reach out to me. Everybody wants me to be an affiliate with their program. Everybody wants to sign a contract. It's like, dang. And like these companies that are like reaching out to me for the show, they're like, they want me to sign with them, right? And they're like, I've never seen another show like yours on TikTok. Nobody else is doing, like, we're kind of like Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? So, because we got the fact checker. By the way, the internet may be an issue today. I got a notification from Starlink that they're having outages. So if we have trouble, we're just going to end the live. But yeah, it's pretty incredible just how quickly we've grown. Let's send in these community fests. The community fests seem to be the best for the show. We had a lot of viewership yesterday. We averaged over 100 viewers. I think at one point we had 170 people watching the show. That's phenomenal. And I didn't even pay for promotion. Like, it was just because we were arguing. When we argue, people watch, and then everybody was spamming the chat and sending gifts. Like, spam the chat, guys. Put FYP in the chat. If the chat is going slow, just put in smiley face emojis or something, you know, because it helps dramatically. Guinea Marie, thank you for the 50 community fests. I appreciate you. Neo, thank you for the heart me and the 5 popular votes. But yeah, spam the chat. FYP. Why the Superman? It's not Superman, that's Red Hulk. The Hulk, because he's red and we're dropping like a sack of potatoes right now. But why? I don't know, because I felt like it was funny. Look at how fun this is. Rah! You wouldn't like XRP when I'm angry. Don't make me angry. It's fun. We're having a good time over here. We're happy when the market turns red. I get to break out the crypto Hulk. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's, guys. Let's see. AB with the heart me and AB with the rose. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Rah! Crypto's tanking and I'm mad. Rah! XRP didn't get accepted. Rah! The SEC it's not over. Rah. That's why the Hulk. Let's get to 10k likes. Once we get to 10k likes, I'll take down Crypto Hulk. Anybody follow Crypto Hulk? This is Crypto Hulk now. When I think of Crypto Hulk, this is what I see. I don't see the dude anymore. I guess it kind of looks right. So let's take a look. I think we pop up here again and ascending wedge and down. It could do something else, but that's what I'm thinking. People are gonna buy the dip. They're not gonna read the news. They're not gonna know. They're just gonna say, oh, it's dipping, I'm gonna buy. People are gonna buy this no matter what the narrative is. I'll tell you that right now. It doesn't matter if institutions can't buy it. People are having XRP shoved down their throats. It's gonna pump after it dumps. People are gonna keep trading it. Do I necessarily want to hold it long term? No, I'm probably gonna switch to RWAs. But I think this cycle, maybe it won't do as well. I'm not sure. I think it will do well because of the narrative. But will it be the biggest pumper now? I don't know. With the case ruling. Basically, the case is in. and the injunction's indefinite. And I would say that the judge is irritated at the not just the SEC but also Ripple, that they would undermine her. That's how judges are. They're very cocky, and they don't like to be undermined. What's going on, Wes? How you doing, brother? Live goal achieved. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me. Don't forget to hit the like button. We got to get to 10K likes. 10K likes. Everybody spam the chat, FYP, hashtag FYP in the chat. Yeah, the judge is correct. This is what I've been saying for like months. Everyone's like, oh, no, the SEC. I'm like, the SEC doesn't matter. The judge can only operate lawfully. It's all up to the judge. I hope we see under 190. If we see under 190, it's going to fall so freaking fast. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be everything you ever hoped for. That $1.50 XRP, maybe lower. It's still going to run up. I'm telling you right now, this thing is still going to run. Even with the case, people are going to buy it on speculation that it's still going to get adopted. The moon cheese, man. The moon cheese is strong with this one. $5K likes, we're halfway there. Once we get to 10K, the algorithm like kicks in and puts us in the FYP. Don't forget to put hashtag must watch, hashtag go viral, hashtag crypto, hashtag fun. What's up, RJK? How you doing? Spam the chat, guys. Spam the chat. It helps just as much as hitting the like button. Thank you, AB. Appreciate you. The more chats we get in a live, the better it is for our stats for the show, and the more the algorithm pushes it out. The more people are talking and chatting, the better. Wait till you see my face. Wait till you see my face. You're gonna be like, oh, I'm glad I tapped the like button. I got something fun today. Did something fun with my face in celebration of the SEC case, us being correct. Can you send smoke signals out to the deluxe subs when we hit near the bottom? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I know I haven't been putting out a lot. That's pretty much because XRP is a bit unchartable right now, and I don't want to put out any misinformation. Marco, thank you for the heartbeat and the 14 goats and the 5 community fest, 5 TikToks. Jeannie Marie with a heart me. Marco with 7 GGs. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the hashtags. I appreciate you guys. I'll tell you what, the show is pretty fun when I have people on here to argue with. It's cool to, like, talk and rant, and do the news, but dude, when we're arguing, man, people are watching the show. I'm gonna try to get Josh on again. I get to tell him I told you so. Josh is just eating the moon cheese. What was the other guy? Elon Muff. Elon Muff, he was starting to get it. He wants to see some data. But I think Elon Musk is rethinking his life decisions right now. Oz been busy in the summer. My clients want earlier appointments. That's why I leave early. Marie, I understand. And that's why I record everything, because I know there's a lot of you that want to watch the show that can't watch it at certain times, and I want you to have access to it. Because we don't make anything off of YouTube. I think we've got like 17 followers and I get like 8 or 10 views, but I know it's the community tuning in to listen to the live. I'm at work now, but still watching and listening. Nice. A lot of people watch at work. A lot of people, you know, they listen while they're driving. It's a podcast, you know, it's not your average live on TikTok. It's more podcast style, more news show, you know, and I think that that's great because it generates long listening. So people come in and they listen for a long time. They don't just doom scroll through it. They're like, oh, what is this? Even the chat was arguing last night. I know, right? I love when you guys are arguing, and it's cool because like we do it from a good place. We're not name calling. We're not doing anything. It's okay to have a different opinion. Yes, the Red Hulk. What was everyone arguing over last night? We were arguing about XRP. We were arguing about whether or not the case would get settled. We were arguing about its actual use case. And I was like, no, case is not going to get settled. And use case is probably not any good. New Moon Phase said it was a day for high altitudes. Yeah, Moon Phase also says new moon, right? We're coming into a new moon. What does that mean? Downward movement. Yeah, high attitudes, which is great. High attitudes is great for arguing on the show. If anyone wants to come on as a guest, I'm going to open today up for guests. It's a bit of a slow news day today. So if you want to come on and argue, I would like for you to make me believe, change my mind because I want to believe. I'm just not buying it yet. I'm not buying it. Convince me to buy. Yep, new moon, and it's happening again at the lows. Exactly. I told you guys the moon cycle is a real thing. You know, is it actually real? No, but people believe it's real, so it becomes real. So I factor it in, just like I factor in the moon cheese. Because is the news good? No, but are people still buying it? Yeah. Why are the protesters and war so censored? I think people are just burnt out. No one cares anymore. Yes, you did. I'm starting to believe, right? I told you I would be arguing with you. What do you want to argue about, Neo? Come on, let's argue. Does pineapple belong on pizza? All right, we're at 11K. We're at 11K. I'm turning the lights on. Crypto Hulk is going down. What's going on, everybody? How we doing? I got my little twisty mustache going on today. I don't know if you can see it. You gotta turn the light up a little bit. Can you see it now? What do you think? Aha! Snazzy. Listen here, she. You're messing with a real guy here, she. Ripple will pay the $125 million fine and a potential crash down. Exactly. Exactly. We are not going to get the injunction removed, which means institutions aren't going to buy. Are people going to buy? Hell yeah, they're going to buy because they're not even listening to the news. They're listening to TikTok, and TikTok's saying, buy it, buy it, buy it. You know, come on. It's going to get a run, okay? Because people, they don't understand any of this stuff. 90% of the people in crypto are crypto normies. They don't even know what crypto is. They bought XRP because some influencer told them to. Yeah, TikTok is crazy. Like, and some of these influencers, man, I'm like, you have like integrity to uphold as an influencer. Like there's like a code or like an obligation that you have. And I would say most influencers break that obligation. They do not care. You know what they care about? They care about likes, they care about gifts, and that's it. That's all they care about. And they care about running up their coin, you know? I just don't get it. Like, where's the integrity? Where's the... They don't care about that. They bought the coin and they need it to run. Injunction stays, confirmation, XRP does nothing this year. I don't think it does nothing. Injunction stays, but let me tell you, all the tards... Oh, I can't say that. All the ill-informed people are going to keep buying it. What's up, Crypto TV with Trey? Everybody give Crypto TV with Trey a follow. He's in the MVP fam. We love him. He's great. Great show. What up, fam? How you doing? Dude, I'll tell you what. Like, this show's going to be big, but Crypto TV with Trey is already big. Like, dude is a massive influencer, and he's like in my live right now. That's incredible. I appreciate when you come in here, brother. I really do. I try to get on your live, but I only see your live when I'm up at like 4 a.m. because you get on so early, man. It's probably like 7 a.m. for you. It's like 4 in the morning for me. Thank you guys for the follows. Don't forget to follow the live. Appreciate all the follows. How do you guys like the stashy? She. She. It'll get longer. It used to be like long and twisty. Yeah, you can't really see it, huh? Let me see. It's small still. It's still small. It'll get there. Let me see. I don't have enough powder on my cheeks. There. Can you see it better now? There. Yeah. Less light makes it more visible. Yeah, it'll get bigger and thicker. I went to get my hair cut because, like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go live. I'm getting the camera. I go to get my hair cut, and the lady just messed up my hair. Messed it up. And I basically had to recut it myself. I paid for a bad haircut. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate that. You look like a true investigator. Yes. What's the guy's name? The journalist. Oh, I can't think of it now. What was the journalist's name with the twisty mustache? Oh, I can't think of it. I just had it for a second. No, not Taylor Swift. Oh yeah, the magnet and the ghost. I'm in the 1 hour. You guys are late. All right, I had it up. I always start it with the magnet and the ghost. We got our ghost here. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Yes, Geraldo. Geraldo now. Cryptaldo. Where's Cryptaldo? It's like, where's Waldo, Crypto, and Geraldo? All wrapped in one. If you had Taylor Swift, she would bring you thousands of fans. Yeah, well, Taylor Swift doesn't want to be my friend anymore. I don't know why. We used to actually be really good besties. Marco, thank you for the strawberry moon, and Nate, thank you for the heart me and the popular vote. You know what? I'll give this to Taylor, okay? Is Taylor the last time I saw her at the Grammys, I don't think she recognized me because I hadn't seen her in like 5 years. And I do look different. I had a beard and the twisty mustache and everything. So there is a possibility. But I'll tell you who did remember me. I'll tell you who exactly remembered me and came up to me and was just like, hey, how you doing, bro? Was Flavor Flav. Flavor Flav is my boy. So what happened was Taylor Swift. Okay. So I'm an audio engineer. You guys know this about me, or I'm retired now. Okay. And I was working the Grammy Awards this last year. If you don't believe me, I believe there's videos in my early content creation. But I'm on stage and she comes up on the stage, and this is like behind the curtain. She comes up with her entourage and everything, and I'm standing right there, and I get this big smile on my face because I haven't seen her in like 5 years, right? And I was her audio engineer every time she came to LA. Like, I was just designated for Taylor Swift pretty much. And so like I got to know her, and that was over like a 17-year period, like from when she started out, from like very, like she was big then, but like just when she became big, and then throughout the years, right? And so she comes up on stage and I get this big smile on my face. I'm expecting a hug, right? Lost the live? What do you mean lost the live? Is it back? But yeah, I'm expecting a hug, okay? I'm expecting a, hey Oz, how's it going? You know, something. And she like walked right past me. Stupid fly. Stupid fly. She walks right past me. It froze up. Is it better now? Let me tell you right now. I have Starlink, and I got an alert today that Starlink was going to be having problems today. So if it's really bad, I'm just going to call it early today. So, Miss Swift comes up onto stage, and I'm just like, hey. And I said, like, hey, like that to her, like, and she looked at me and looked away and just kept walking with her entourage and basically acted as though I didn't exist. Stupid fly. What's up, me cheeky? What kind of TA is this? This is not actually, this is more of a news show than anything. But we do TA as well. What do you want TA'd for you? We're entering the torrid meteor showers. Huge meteor exploded over South Carolina today. Nice. I would imagine that represents downward movement. Jay Finnery says, hey, lights are red. Ah, yeah. Lights are red. I mean, I had the Hulk up yesterday. In good faith and conscience, I had the Hulk up yesterday. I had the red light on yesterday, but I took it off because I was like, I don't want to give you guys misinformation. Okay, we need, the judge to rule. Yeah, so Starlink is experiencing outages right now because of the meteor shower. So if the live is bad, it should be better on Twitch because it's on the backup Starlink. So we'll see. But we're running two Starlinks. Hopefully it goes. Wes, thank you for the money gun, man. I appreciate you, brother. And me cheeky, thank you for the heart me. Wes, how you doing? You want to come up on the show, man, and have a little chat about XRP? I'd love to talk about it. I know you're XRP Maxi, aren't you? Yeah, dude, I'd love to have you up west. I've actually been meaning to reach out to you. Okay, I'm just so freaking busy. I do apologize that I haven't reached out to you yet. I've pretty much been reaching out to a lot of different people. There's a lot of creators out there that I do want to have on the show. We're just backed up on work and everything right now. But if Starlink's a problem, I do apologize. It should be better on Twitch. If you're having a hard time viewing, it should be better on Twitch. So that's up to you. And if you go over there, make sure you sign up for HelloFresh and use my promo code, and you would be making a $90 donation to the show and getting HelloFresh in return. And actually, I talked to someone today um, about another affiliate program. It's glitching pretty bad. Yeah. If you're having issues with watching, come over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. You know what? We might just move over to Twitch and shut down TikTok, because I have a feeling that Twitch is going to be better. So it's up to you. So Taylor Swift just ignored you. I don't know why. Maybe she didn't recognize me. It'd been a while. I'd put on some weight. I think the last time she saw me, I was like 180 and I was like 250 at that point. I'm back down to like 195 now. But I had put on a bunch of weight. Statcom setup is better. I don't know if I can get that out here. I'll look into it. Because I would like to have not another Starlink. How did I meet Taylor Swift? Here, I'll show you. So, my background, I'm an audio engineer, retired. And I've worked with all of the biggest names in Hollywood. Wait, where'd those go? Oh, here they are. Don't want to dox myself, so I'm going to cover my name. But this is me from BET Awards. This is me at the Emmys. And that's just a couple. I have 2 in my desk right now. But I have like stacks of those. So I've met pretty much, you name an artist or a celebrity, and I've eaten dinner with them. So XRP is busted and this guy is a celebrity. Yeah, I'm what you would call a B-list. I'm what you would call a B-list in Hollywood. This is why when I reach out to places, I'm like, hey, can I get press passes for this show? They're like, here you go. I know people, I have connections in production and all of that. Oh, that reminds me. I got an email from Twitch. I may be speaking at TwitchCon. Actually speaking on stage. It is incredible. They reached out to me. They said, do not buy a ticket. Okay. They said, don't buy a ticket yet. Hold off. Okay. We're reviewing your submission, and they're going to let me know by July 16th. And if I get accepted, I will be at TwitchCon. So come see me at TwitchCon. I'll be there anyway. Okay. If I don't speak, I'm probably going to get press passes either way. So, but I really want to speak at the convention. They really want to, stupid fly. Francesca, how are you doing? I'm doing great. So it looks like I'm probably going to be speaking at TwitchCon. on stage. So if you come out, support the GOAT. Well, it'll be in San Diego at TwitchCon. I'd love to see some people. We're going to be out there. We're going to be at Rare Evo and TwitchCon handing out these flyers. So come meet me, get one of these flyers, and I will sign the back for you. But yeah, I'm really excited. July 16th, we should know whether or not I'm speaking or not, or if I'm just going to be reporting there. We'll figure it out. Either way, I'm going. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be awesome. I'm really stoked. I can't believe they actually, I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to do this and see about getting on and whatever. We'll see what happens. But the fact that they actually were like, hey, we saw your submission and we're reviewing it and we'll let you know by the 16th, don't buy a ticket. That says a lot, okay? They're like, hey, don't buy a ticket yet, okay? You're good. Yeah, I have a... I'm good at speaking on stages. It's been my thing, and I've worked on stage. The stage has been my life. This is a stage. I built this stage, you know. So it's always been good. I was in a band. This is my band tattooed on my arm here. You know, I've been on stage my entire life. It's very normal to me. So like when they see, when that's one of the things is like, so when I put in my submission to speak and then they see who it is and what my background is and look into me, they're just like, oh yeah, this guy's gonna do just fine. You know, I wish I could tell you more. You know, I have to be careful because I don't want to dox myself, but at the same time, like normal people, like you guys watching the show, you know who I am now because you watch the show, right? But normal people don't know who I am, but celebrities, bigwigs, politicians, presidents of the United States, past presidents know who I am. I'm well known amongst the elite community. Am I an elite? No, not by any chance. Long order or short? I would say probably a short, not financial advice. So do we sell XRP? I'm new. Hugo, Robin, what I would suggest is become a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you one-on-one. I'm not allowed to do it in the live because like guidelines and stuff like that. But if you become a deluxe subscriber, I offer one-on-one coaching for your portfolio. I can do on-demand technical analysis for you pretty much any time of the day. You just ask me and I'll tell you where it's going to go. And I land pretty much every day within fractions of a cent. So that way you can just set your limit order, go to sleep, and let me watch the chart for you. And then I also offer technical analysis classes. If you want to learn how to read the charts like I do, then you can sign up for the class. I only have 2 spots left. 2 spots left for the technical analysis class, and then it will be full and no one else can get in. And I have 2 people waiting that say they want to be in the class that haven't made payment. So whoever signs up first and makes the payment first gets in the class. That's just how it goes. You'd rather me do it for you? Yeah, and that's fine. And it's only $10 a month. Yeah, and more power to you. Some people want to know. They want the education. I get that. That's up to you. Okay. But if you don't want to do the work, dude, put it on me. It's only $10 a month. It's $9.99. It used to be $1.99, but I have to raise the price after we get to 100 subscribers because then it becomes more workload than I can handle. And we're at 89 subscribers now. So we're about 10 subscribers away from the price going up again. So if you get in now, you can lock in your price, start making money so that way if the price does go up, you're already raking in money. Your subscription's paying for itself and the costs are offset. So as it goes up, you don't care because you're making so much freaking money. What does it matter, the cost? You know what I mean? You can't put a value on what I do. I'll tell you that right now. Jason, when are you going to subscribe? I've seen you in the chat. You've been here for what, like a month now? When are you going to join the inner circle? Actually, the inner circle is the TA class. If you want to be part of the inner circle, you got to be on the TA class, because the TA class is going to be, you're going to be able to talk to me, not just chat, but actually talk, and we're going to learn this stuff. So it's going to be more direct connection. But if you want to be in the inner outer circle, then that would be the subscription. And if you want to be in the outer circle, you'd get a basic subscription. Inner circle is where it's at, though. You're gonna be able to actually talk and communicate with me in a much better fashion. I like this song. Man, this fly won't go away. I'm hoping we get a guest on. Anybody want to come on as a guest and talk? Otherwise, I'm going to get into the news and then we'll do some TA and we'll call it an early night. I'm hoping to get Jay Heat on here today. The song name is Doctor. It's an original song I own the rights to. So all the songs on here are original music that I own the rights to because, one, I'm an audio engineer, but two, copyright infringement for YouTube. And they have the same thing on Twitch and TikTok as well. So I'm trying to be within the guidelines. But the song is named Doctor. All right, everybody, spam the chat. Francesca reached level 14 of the Heart Me Club. Thank you, Francesca. Don't forget to send your Heart Me's. Don't forget to send gifts. And if you can't send gifts, no worries. Just hit the like button. If you're having viewership issues, we are on Twitch as well. I'm not supposed to promote that, though. But yeah, spam the chat. Anybody want any TA done on any specific projects? The 1 hour's not looking so good. And look, it broke already. Support. So it's going to come down faster than I predicted. PBTC. Stupid fly. Let's do PBTC. I got you, Mar Lopez. Mar Lopez has been a long time viewer. Fredrum, thank you for the Heart Me. Don't forget to send in your Heart Me's. Don't forget to deluxe subscribe. PBTC. Is that a crypto? Is that a ticker? PBTC TC35A? Purple Bitcoin on Solana. Trying to support you and help push your content. How's Jessie doing? She's still on vacation. So she'll be back tomorrow for the show for you, I believe, unless she tells me something otherwise. Is this purple Bitcoin right here? Let me tell you something. You can't. There's not enough data here to TA anything, bro. I'll tell you though, it does kind of look like a inverted head and shoulders here. Going to 30-minute. Yeah, it's about to pump. That's an inverted head and shoulders if I ever saw one. So purple Bitcoin is going to 71 to 73 cents, somewhere around there. Oh, Francesca, you're up and down trying to stay positive. What's going on? I hope you're okay. We're here for you. We're a community. We love each other. We promote peace, love, unity, and respect here. Nothing but plur. Francesca, I know you're not a subscriber, but as a creator, if you ever need to reach out to somebody and just talk, I'm here. All right. As creators, I do DM creators privately because we conduct business and stuff. But if you ever just need to talk, go ahead. All right. And that goes for the chat too. Like if you're a deluxe subscriber and you just need someone to chat to, hit me up. Me Cheeky literally subscribes just so that he can send me dirty jokes. I love it. He's like, no, I don't need any TA help. I don't need any coaching. I just want to send you these dirty jokes. Check out this one I heard today. Dad jokes for days. Moon Carl, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? You know what? I've grown to really love and enjoy chat and the community we have here. Thank you guys so much. You guys are my mental health help. I don't need a therapist anymore because I have you guys to talk to. Mar Lopez, thank you for the 16 roses and the heart me. Fredrum, thank you for the heart me. Francesca, thank you for the heart me as well. What do you guys think of the new music? Just IRL relationship. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Just know I'm here. You got a friend. All right. You got a friend. What do you think of the new music I got? You're not going to find it on Spotify. This is original music that I own the rights to. You're not going to find any of this music anywhere. What kind of music is this? This is my music. I own it. 'Tis mine. Pretty cool, right? Got some new music. The 20 something songs we had before were kind of getting played out. So I was like, all right, let's add some new music. How do you own music? You buy it. Artist post songs and you purchase the rights to it. And you guys pay for this. The money that you give me, I put right back into you guys so that we can have, fresh music to listen to with no copyright infringement. You guys make this happen. Yeah, I try to pick good stuff, I was a DJ, I actually DJ'd with Skrillex at the Hard Haunted Mansion at the Shrine Auditorium in front of 40,000 people. That was so long ago. I think I was like 19 years old when I did that. That was so awesome. Skrillex was huge back then. What haven't I done? I haven't got a pull from a beer gator yet. That's what I haven't done yet. I've done a lot. I'll tell you what, by the time I was 18, I did more than most people will do in their entire life. Their entire life. It could all end today, and I could hang up my hat and know that I lived my life to the fullest. That's why I have such a big smile on my face all the time and why I'm so uplifted and happy. Look at purple Bitcoin is tanking. It's not doing what it should. Oh, maybe it will. It recovered pretty quickly. That's a good sign. As long as it doesn't break right here, 60 cents. As long as it doesn't break 61 to 61 or 65, purple Bitcoin should remain an inverted head and shoulders. Francesca, you're such a pure soul. Sweetest person I've met on in this community for sure. Like, I mean, there's lots of sweet people, but Francesca has just a pure, genuine heart. That's why I reached out to her and I was like, "Hey, come on the show. I want you on the show." Because I seen what she was doing with the queens of crypto, and I was like, I like that. I like that. And all of her content is like very uplifting and strong self-worth type of narrative. Like I was like, this is the kind of person that I want to uplift. But Oz, have you been through a lot too? Haven't you had tough times? Oh, bro, I've had some of the toughest times, man. There's no reason that I should have ever succeeded, but my tenacity overpowered every adversity that ever came my way. I should be dead in a gutter right now, but I never allowed my circumstance to define where I was going in my life. I'm actually working on writing a book right now. Francesca says, yeah, I need to get that going again in real life. Held that back. Yeah. You'll get there. I see a bright future for you. You will be just fine. Just be tenacious. Know where you want to go and you will get there. No, don't say that, Oz. You're a champion, a legend, bro. I appreciate that, Marco. I'll tell you what. It was not easy, okay? I know I make it look easy. It is not easy. Sacrifices. I sacrificed so much. And I don't have much friends or family because of it, because while everyone was growing together, I was growing apart from them because I was not going to get locked into the norm. I was on a mission. I'm always on a mission. But I manifest things into my life. I know what I want, and then I make it happen. Sometimes it happens very quickly. Sometimes it just takes forever. But if you know what you want and you continually take those steps towards it every single day, it's not about I want to do something someday. It's like I'm going to start doing this today. Margot says, damn, bro, you're going to make me tear up for real, man. Dude, I tear up on this show sometimes because I'll tell you what, it ain't easy, but you can do it. Anyone can do anything. You all can do anything you want. Just most of us choose to do nothing. Most of us choose the easy route. It is hard. You have to pick yourself up daily, because everything around you will push you down. Everyone you come across will push you down. I can't tell you how many times when I started this show, Cosmic Crypto was saying it yesterday on his live. He's like, oh, they called me a clown. They called me a clown. He's like, they called me a clown more than anyone else. I was like, nah, bro, I hold that title. I hold the title of the crypto clown, all right? I've been called a clown more than anyone because when crypto was pumping hard in January, I was like, nope, we're going down, baby. No one wanted to hear it. And I'll tell you what, there were so many times where I was just like, dang, I want to give up. This is hard. It's emotionally damaging. I just kept persevering. I kept going. I mean, look at this. Let's see when I posted this video. It should show the date. Like, it's so long, it's going to take forever to load. The internet is bad. Yeah, mental health is so important. You guys are my mental health. You guys are my therapy, okay? Daily, I just get to hang out with you and chat with you. And you guys keep me positive. You guys keep me on the right track. Big Baller says, send me your P.O. box. I'm sending you a beer gator tomorrow. I don't have the P.O. box set up yet, but I can go. I have to drive like 2 hours to get to the P.O. box. So I can try to get it done ASAP. Or we can just meet in person. By the way, I'm pretty sure that Rare Evo, I'm gonna be going with my private security. With all the kidnappings and stuff, like when I did the meet and greet, I was like, nah, I'll be fine in Vegas. With all like the shootings and stuff in Vegas, I was like, no, I need to make sure that I have private security with me. I usually don't go anywhere without private security. Let's see here. All right, here we go. I forget what I was looking for. Oh, here it goes. The first time I got removed from TikTok, I made this one.
I'm not leaving.
This is when I was Oz Tin Man, before the show changed.
I'm not leaving.
What's up, MMG? Hey, MMG, you want to come on the show? After the first hater got me banned, I made this sucker. And then, oh, it's going to make me load. Oh, wait, here we go. And then I made this one shortly thereafter. Where is it? Wait, did it take it down? I think it took it down. What? No. It did. What the heck, man? That was like my greatest meme. I gotta repost that thing. Yeah, I think it's gone. Yep. 'Tis no longer in existence. Oh, here it is. Talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'ma tell you what banks told me, cause go ahead. How I feel when the haters join the live, but my son. When the haters join the chat, but the subs got my back. This is the most recent one I made.
You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me. You need people like me so you...
Yeah. No fucks given. Today's kind of a chill day. There's not a lot of news, so I'm just kind of riffing and spending some time with you guys. You guys want some story time? You guys want to hear some stories? I think I'm going to be doing a book series, and one of them that I'm going to do is Tales from Behind the Stage. That's going to be one of them. Tales from Behind the Stage. I think it's a great title. And then there's another one I want to do that's going to be more of like a motivational type book. And it's going to be, I haven't come up with the title for it yet, but basically never give up kind of book. Don't give up. You can achieve your goals. You just have to keep trying. I'll tell you what, I did my first podcast in 2020. First podcast, my entire studio and home got robbed. I lost everything. And I tried to continue doing social media after that, and just with my phone, and just make content, but not actually like do lives or do a show. And that wasn't working. I did that for like 2 years, and then I finally just gave up. And I was like, I'm not going to do this anymore. I was like, it's too hard. There's too much competition. It's never going to happen for me. And I actually hung up my hat. And then I went live on Mega Crypto's show one time just as a guest to say my 2 cents. And then I was like, I'm doing this again. And I here we are, and I never looked back. And I set my bar very low with social media because I didn't want to break my soul by setting a goal that would be too hard to achieve. And I've well surpassed all my goals. And now I've just raised the bar so high now that I don't even care if I never achieve it, but I know I will. Because if I achieved the goal that I set for myself for this show, I was like, I can achieve anything. And I knew that before. It wasn't my time yet. And look, here we are today. Here we are today. And so much has happened. So much has changed. The name of the show has changed. The equipment's changed. The studio location. What's my goal? My goal is to basically be millions of followers, thousands of people in every live. I'm thinking 2K per live, maybe 1 to 2K people per live, and a couple million followers. Shit, we went from like 1,000 followers to almost 7,000 followers in a couple months. Like, this show just grew overnight. We've only been doing this for like a short amount of time. Marco says, Oz, I'm so glad you didn't give up. Thanks, man. I just had to find my niche. I had to find where I could fit into. I had to find a hook to get you guys. And I realized, I was like, hey, I'll just make them rich. I was like, if I could just make everybody rich, then they'll follow me, duh. So I roped you in with your pocketbooks. Thank you, Marco. Much love and respect to you as well. Sharon, how you doing? Glad to see you. It's been a while. Been missing you. Glad to see you as always. That's one thing is like I create connections with some people on here, and then all of a sudden they just disappear. And I'm like, man, I miss that person. And then when they pop back in, I just light up. I'm so excited to see them. Francesca says you can get there in time. Just keep pushing. Oh, I know. It's not going to take very long. I'm already like calculating it. I'm thinking within a year. We're months into it, and it's just getting going. Sharon says, good. Just waiting at the airport. Sis is coming into town. Nice. Nice. I mean, not being at the airport, that's probably not as much fun, but seeing your sister, that's awesome. Love it. Ponky says, thoughts on Trump's China trade deal? Ugh. I think 50% tariffs across the board might be coming back. I think that might be the last fear narrative before it all takes off, or deals get signed and it's just all uphill from here. What are my thoughts on Solana? What do you mean? Like technical analysis, use case? I mean, it's pretty much been deemed the meme coin central. It's for collector's items. It is fast and cheap, though. I'll give you that. I think it has a better shot than XRP. As of right now, anyway. Deal is getting signed. We are staying with China. Dude, I had a feeling that you were going to do that. I had a feeling. I'd like to see more manufacturing come back to the US. That would make me happy, you know, but I understand the difficulty of it. Trust me, I've started many a company, and working with China is just a way to, I mean, dude, look at the mugs are made in China. I don't know if you can see that or not. But yeah, the mugs are made in China. They're actually good mugs, though. Like, this is a damn good, solid mug. Like, sometimes you get them, they're cheap. Like, I'm not worried about throwing this one in the sink and it's going to break. Like, it's legit. It's definitely legit. I'm actually very happy with it. I use it, you know, and I think it's cool. The shirts are good quality, too. Look at the shirt, man. I've already washed this shirt like 3 times and it's like solid. It hasn't like messed up or anything. Bro made everything here in Australia is made in China too. Yeah, everything's made in China. Them's fighting words to some folks. What are you talking about, MMG? Hey, MMG, you want to come on the show? Oh, wait. I'm not in... If you come on the show, you got to go sign up on Discord and send me a call. If anybody wants to come on the show, it's got to be through Discord. Apparently, the China tariff deal is signed. No. If it was, it would have been all over the news. It wouldn't be apparently. Jesus, thank you for the heart me, the 15 popular votes, the greeting hearts, and the 51 goats. Yeah, it's not signed yet. It says U.S. says deal with Beijing will expedite rare earth exports to China or from China. But I mean, that's not good. We don't want to get our rare earth minerals from China. We want to get it from Iran.
Overtime. You and Howard and Scott are working overtime, making deals with other countries. Remember a few months ago, the press was saying, do you really have anybody of any interest? Well, we just signed with China yesterday, right? Just signed with China. We have everybody. We're not going to make deals with everybody. Some we're just going to send them a letter, say, thank you very much. You're going to pay 25, 35, 45%. That's the easy way to do it. And my people don't want to do it that way. They want to do some of it, but they want to make more deals than I would do. But we're having some great deals.
It sounds like I don't believe it. Okay. There would be more clear You lagged at the precise time. Oh my God, I can't stop laughing. Sorry, man. Yeah, according to Trump, it's signed, but also according to Trump, he obliterated the nuclear threat in Iran as well. So take it with a grain of salt. They also said that they had a deal months ago, so I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, once it's signed and it's official, then I'll believe it. And how many times has China signed deals with us and then backed out on it? All the time. All the time. But that would be good. That'd be bullish, you know, a deal with China. But it sounds like it's just a rare earth mineral deal. It's not everything is dealt with. So that's another thing. But that's how they do it. Yeah, so many times, bro. Like, what the heck, man? Big Baller, I will get a PO box set up next week. I'm going to be taking Wednesday off next week, I think. So I'll take that time to drive into town and have that done. Problem is having a PO box, like I got to drive 2 hours to get to the PO box, but it is what it is. I can't be giving out my address to people. You know what I mean? So we'll do that. I wish there was a way that you could just send it to the post office and I could pick it up. I have it ready for you when you get this way. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I should just drive down to you, bro. Yeah, 2 hours to go to the mail. That's what I'm saying. I could literally just drive another 30 minutes and I could just meet Big Baller. That might just be the better thing. I do need a P.O. box, though, for the show. I want people to be able to send me stuff. Don't send me food. I'm not going to eat it, okay? Because people are crazy. But if you guys want to send me things, like if you like crochet things or whatever, if you made me a beanie, I'm going to wear it on the live. Come on. All right, Big Baller. We'll talk on call on Discord and I'll work out a day. Maybe I can come on the weekend or something and show up. I'll bring by the Corvette so you can take a look at it. We can go for a little ride. What do you say? Should I bring the Corvette? If I bring the Corvette, I got to come like early in the morning or late at night because the air conditioner just doesn't do it. I mean, we could take the T-top off, but it'd be getting hot out here. I usually don't drive it in the summer. It's waiting for you in my garage. All right, dude. I'll make a trip down there. I will make a trip, and we can hang out for a little bit too if you want. Probably won't be able to stay too long because I'm gonna have to drive there hour or two and then drive back hour or two. So that's gonna be like a full day. But I want to talk. I think it would be good for us to sit down and maybe have like a little business meeting and talk about what we're gonna do, plans. Because I'll present it on this show, okay? Totally. Like if we sign a contract, I will present it on the show, but it'll be minimal. But the new show that I'm starting, as soon as we get that and we get that deal signed, I'm going to officially start building the set for the new show. And it's going to be the centerpiece of the show. It's going to be sitting between us. And we're going to be taking drinks from it during the show. It's going to be on YouTube exclusively. Kodak says you and Big Baller drifted in the vet. No, the vet can't drift. It's got super sticky street slicks on it. So you got to have like 1,200 horsepower to break traction. But yeah, Big Baller, you will basically be the main promotion for that show. It'll be pretty much exclusively to you for now. I'll maybe we'll do like a 6-month contract for you to exclusively no other promotions on that show. We'll figure it out. I haven't. Well, like I said, we need to sit down and talk and work out the deets on it. But basically, I want the beer gator to be the center of the camera. Because, dude, I appreciate you. You've donated so much to the show. Thank you for your donation yesterday. And you're giving me a beer gator and stuff. And like, I want to sell them too and, you know, get a little bit of income coming in. The idea is to get this show profitable. And you've been such a supporter of this show. Like, I want to show you that I support you as well. I'll have a contract ready for you when we meet. All right. I will take the contract with me. I will review it, and if I need to make any amendments from there, I will make them, and then we can do like a DocuSign on it, and I can send it to you over the internet. But dude, I have so many affiliate programs coming my way. I have like on Twitch alone, I think I have 100 different products being promoted to me right now. And then creators as well on TikTok want me to use their platforms and all kinds of different things. It's pretty incredible just how quickly all of this just happened. And like our viewership is massive. Like right now it's a slow day, whatever. Like we got 46 people. Yesterday, without any promotion, we had over 100 people watching the show. That is just magnificent. Hey, does anybody want to come on the show? If you want to come on the show, log into Discord and send me a voice call. Anybody want to come on? I keep forgetting that I can't have guests if I'm in dual setup. If you have a product you want to promote, if you have any, no, Francesca doesn't come up till tomorrow. Francesca gets to come up tomorrow. And that's only because it's a special live. We can't kill tomorrow's live on a weekend when we get our best viewership with our special creators. But if we want to have something, you know, a little extra or whatever. Oh, Elon Muff sent me a bunch of stuff, and so did Josh. Let me see if I can get Josh on a call. I don't think he's on right now. Oh, he is. You send him a call. How do I call? I don't know how to use this thing yet. Let's see here. Let me call the IT guy in here. Let me give him a call. I was going to text him, but I better call him. I don't even know if he's here. What time is it? 6:30? He might not be here yet. Wireless. No, he's probably driving. He's probably on his way here right now. Let me see here. How do I make a call? I'm not good at using Discord yet. I'm learning. I did message Josh yesterday. And I was like, hey, man, I want you to come on. But I did not receive a reply back. I don't think he wants to come on because it's going to be an I Told You show. What regulation are they talking about? What do you mean? Regulation on what? By the way, hello, TikTok seller. How you doing, buddy? You mean regulation of Discord? I got an email about something. Oh, I figured it out. I figured it out. I am a tech genius. Let's see if he comes on. I really like Josh coming on the show. He might become a regular over here. We don't see eye to eye, and I like that.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing great, bro. What about you?
Oh, enjoying these red candles of sweet I told you so.
Man, I will say I saw a video today. So overall, like still bullish on the XRP chart, but I did see a video today, and I do somewhat have to agree that we might go a little bit lower, but if anything, it would be another lower high. But
Dude, people are going to buy this no matter what the narrative is, but it is going to go down because a lot of people are going to get shaken out.
maybe well, I think I mean, the lowest I think is maybe $1.90, but we'll have to see because we're also at if you look at the Fibonacci, there's two key levels, so we'll have to see how low the retest is, but we might not even retest at all. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we break 190, 180, 175 is that next zone of support. And
Which, hey, if it happens, I'll just buy more. So,
well, dude, I'm going to buy some more if it does too. Like, don't get me wrong. Am I going to buy as much as I was going to buy? No. Based off of what happened today. Did you see the news?
I did, and that's why I was telling people that I mean, we were expecting that to happen. Like, let's be honest. Like, you know,
Are you there?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I knew that they wouldn't remove the injunction. That's what I was like trying to explain to you is like, institutions can't buy it until the injunction's removed, and that can't happen now for like 2 years. And I think it will spark the early bull run. 2 years from now, it gets dropped, and then all of a sudden we get a surprise bull run. Everyone's going to go, oh, bull run's over, see you in 4 years, and then this thing gets settled in 2 years, boom, new bull run.
I mean, we'll have to see. I think just because it didn't or nothing happened today, I'm pretty confident we're still going to see something. And I don't know if you saw, but Trump's crypto czar, or I don't even know why I'm saying it like that, but anyway, like the crypto czar
David
said
Sachs
today, yeah, we're getting, obviously we'll have to see if they keep their word on this, but we're supposed to get something in September. So I would honestly be more happy if the SEC, or sorry, not the SEC, I would be more happy if Judge Torres delays it up until there's actual clear regulation, if they broke a law or not, because I would prefer them to win the case instead of paying a settlement, rather than I would prefer them to just pay the settlement and we're done with it.
I agree.
Personally.
And that's all I've been saying, is like that the injunction's not going anywhere until we have regulation that specifies this. That's what we talked about the other day. And I'm like, I knew the injunction wasn't going anywhere. And even if they come out with regulation guidelines by September, dude, it's got to go through, the Senate. It's got to go through Congress, the Senate, House of Representatives. So it doesn't happen overnight. Look at how long they've been working on stablecoin. I figured it out. Thank you. IT guy's here. Everybody say hi to the IT guy. Say hi.
Hi.
He's here. So yeah, yeah, I this was pretty predictable on my end. A lot of people just didn't want to believe it, right? And I get it, you know, because the narrative is not that, okay? But you know, me, I know how the legal process goes, and this is just how it goes, you know. But I do think you're right. I think with some legal clarity, new legislation, yes, this could definitely actually go away. And
Yep.
if it does, count this all as a blessing. This is an opportunity for things to go down. This is not Elon Musk. This is Josh. We're talking to Josh right now. Chat's saying hi to you, by the way.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, dude. I like
No.
having you on, man.
Yeah, and I honestly, I'm gonna stand by that. You know, so many people were saying, or I saw so many people mad on X today talking about, you know, she's ruining it for all the holders. And I'm like, well, not really, because at the end of the day, if they pay a settlement, we all know that that's in terms admission of guilt. And
Exactly.
I would much rather them just pass the regulation. Because, I mean, let's be real. Did Ripple technically really break the law when there was also not really clear rules? Yeah, it's a iffy
It's a gray
line,
area
you
for
know.
sure. Yeah. But
Yeah, so
technically, yes, they did. You know, technically,
gray
yes.
area, but also the other part of it is if Ripple were to get found guilty, think about how many other projects would get found guilty. I mean, let's not even get into Ethereum here right now, but list goes on and on. So I would much rather wait 3 more months for there to be clear regulation. They just drop the case overall than having the case be rushed. And then there's always that, you know, discrepancy or whatever you would call that in you know.
Yeah, but um, I don't think 3 months though. I think
I mean, she can rule on it as soon as some sort of proper documentation,
right, but that
you know,
means
comes.
legislation has to be passed. Look how many months this stablecoin bill has taken.
I mean, September is kind of right around the corner here, and as long as they work to get that passed, I don't see why it couldn't be 3 to 4 months.
Well,
Which,
September is right around the corner, but they're talking about releasing regulation guidelines, okay? Which means the next step is drafting a bill, then voting on the bill, then voting on the bill, and then voting on the bill. And think of what kind of revisions could come along, what kind of roadblocks could come along, you know, and then it could all get passed. And then Trump's like, I don't like this part, and veto it, and it all starts over.
I mean, again, that's why we talked about it last time. That's why, you know, and I'm starting to think about this. You know, when all of this stuff ends up getting passed, I think we're going to see ridiculously high prices for XRP. But in the short term, you know, we might top out at 8, 10, $15. We'll just have to see how high the, you know, XRP ETF inflows get. We still need those to get passed as well. I know Canada already passed one. So I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to see them here soon. And, you know, we could talk about the market cap multipliers and all this type of stuff. But it might not be bad to, you know, shave some profits and leave a moon bag and then buy back on the lower prices again, ultimately, when, you know, this stuff does get passed, because, you know, eventually it will get passed.
You sound
Um,
like me now, Josh. You sound like me. Am I rubbing off on you, bro?
I mean, I mean, obviously, we still have a different opinion that I think this year you know, we'll see the use case of XRP. But I would agree that, you know, it just because, let me put it this way. The use case part of it doesn't have to go in effect necessary during like the altcoin cycle. I mean,
It's
that I'll
still going to
agree
pump.
on.
If we go into an altcoin cycle, it's still going to pump. Because, I mean,
Right.
you're living proof of that, okay? Even with this, you're still bullish, right? You're like, no,
Yeah.
you're like, it's going to
100%.
do $15. You just said it, like, and that's why I factor in moon cheese, okay? That's why I'm not blind to the fact that it doesn't matter the narrative. Y'all are going to keep buying it. And I know that. That's why I keep a moon bag and I'm waiting for the bottom so I can buy a little more. That's all. I just don't want to buy it $2 when I know I can buy it probably $1.50. You know what I mean? Like I want to get that
Yeah.
little extra, the extra pump, guaranteed pump. Because I'll tell you what, right now, if it runs down to $1.50, it's going back to $2 again, for
I
sure.
would even say like 160. We can't drop below 160 even. I would say that's a safer spot to call it.
I think you're right. My limit order is at 163 right now. I may
Yeah.
bump that up to like 175, 180, depending, but I think I'm keeping it at 163 because of this narrative of what's coming out. I think that that is the FUD I was looking for, that I knew was coming. I knew this was coming. And
I mean, if you look at it from like a greater, what should I say? I mean, I've said from the beginning that I'm not putting like a timeline on this summer. I always said, 2025, which technically doesn't end till um what do we have? January 1st, which is still almost half a year away. Not really, but close. And then, into the first quarter of 2026. But I think, I don't think it's a bad idea to be like, up until this case gets. I mean, look, the XRP ETFs, those could really bump the price up during this altcoin cycle. I don't have a doubt in my mind about that. If
Jason
we if
says ETFs won't increase the price. I don't think that that's correct. I think ETFs will pump it, probably not face melting pumping, but you're the proof, okay? You are the gauge that I'm using to decide where are the XRP maxis landing in spite of the news we just got today. And you're still bullish. And
yeah,
I think and just the fact of an ETF getting approved is going to be enough to pump the price. I agree with that.
exactly.
Is it going to do face melting stuff? No, but I think it will do some face melting stuff if we go into a face melting alt season. I think that that's still questionable, but definitely not off the
Yep.
table. It really
I
depends on
mean,
what Bitcoin does. If the money doesn't
yep.
flow out of Bitcoin, there is no alt season, you
Yeah.
know? So if Bitcoin holds and people are like, you know what, I'm just buying Bitcoin and I'm holding it, I think altcoin season comes after the Genius Act gets passed
Yep.
and investigations start happening and they start looking into Tether and what Tether's been doing with Bitcoin.
You
Then
know,
once that comes out, then we would see the alt season.
Tether is doing some weird stuff with Bitcoin right now, and to be honest with you,
They
I
banned
don't
for
even
like since
yeah,
2017, bro. I think
I
before
don't even
that.
think it would be bad for the market though if Tether was removed, to be honest with you. I don't think it would have an effect.
I
I could be
agree.
biased about that, but so many people are act like, oh, if we get rid of Tether, everything's going like not really. Like, let's be honest, I don't even use Tether. I
I
hate
don't either.
Tether. I had people that, used to try and pay me with Tether. I don't like Tether. So it's like,
Right, but that's you or me because like uh, you would consider me an XRP maxi, okay? I've been an XRP maxi for years. Now I'm not as convinced, but I'm the same way. Most XRP maxis, we don't use Tether. We know all about what's going on with Tether, right? Most of us do
yeah,
anyway. And so we're all USDC and we're waiting for RLUSD so that we can hold that because that's what I'm going to use once I can transfer all my stablecoin into RLUSD. That's where it's going. I
yeah,
even believe that RLUSD will probably earn more APY than USDC because of how
yeah,
fast it transacts. They'll have more that they can disperse out. You know what I mean? And if they're
yeah,
in competition with Circle, then why wouldn't they? That's the best way
yeah,
to beat the big dog, right?
yeah. I mean, I also have a new perspective. So, people were talking about, oh, we're not going to see an altcoin season, and I'm a little bit, I, I'm even more bullish now because there were so many. What should I say? This so many CEOs of companies today, big companies that claim trillions of dollars are going to flow into Bitcoin, as soon as the structure bill gets passed, which we just talked about a minute ago, which obviously is a little bit down the line. So I'm thinking maybe I was right and we do get the largest cycle in history, but it would be a dragged out one for sure. Because, like you just said, September, I mean, what is that? We still have July, August. That's still 2 months, a little bit over 2 months. And then, you know, I would say, and here's the thing. Obviously, it would still have to get passed, but the crypto market never waits for that. It's always sell the news. So the
Right.
minute that the structure bill goes out in September, that would be enough to send the market.
That's
So
what
if
I believe. I think mid-July, once ISO comes into play, then that's going to be the start of the takeoff. And then
yeah,
it'll be the rumor of the regulation and everything. And then come November, it'll be sell the news.
yep. I mean, it'll probably last a while though, too, which will be a good thing. And then, if we see Bitcoin just absolutely send and nobody's selling anything, and I just saw BlackRock keeps buying more Ethereum even yesterday, we might be in for a really large cycle. Now, I can't say that, every random altcoin that's listed on exchanges is going to do crazy numbers because I don't really, to be honest, think people are interested in these random coins. But these top coins will 100% for sure run, you know, and like I said, the whole high prices for XRP, I've said this so many times, won't happen with retail. That would have to be actual use case. And that doesn't necessarily need to happen during altcoin season. It could happen in November, right? Like December. So I'm honestly kind of excited, and I'll probably be watching the charts a lot here soon. And the most I saw is that maybe the last week here of June, we might see a couple more dips, which if we do, that'll probably be one of the best buying opportunities for even new people, to be honest.
I agree. That's what I've been saying. Dude, I've been saying this to you for weeks now. Now, all of a sudden, what changed your mind, man?
I mean, I just go off of the news that I see, right? But I don't want to stick to something if I see otherwise. So, I mean, I'm still bullish. I'm more bullish than I was, but I'm gonna have to call out like maybe we see a little dip here and there, last week of June. That's what these market makers like to do. They know what's coming. So it's like perfect time to scoop the price down a little bit and buy more.
Right. I'll tell you this. I think if we're still in the bull run and everything is kind of holding strong and consolidating still through February next year, I will lean towards the face melting crazy mega cycle.
Mhm.
I will be on board with that. But if January, February comes along and we have a little alt season and everything starts dying off, that's it.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
It would have to happen before because these investors are not going to hold their Bitcoin that long with no price action. So
Yeah. We'll have to see, but I'll tell you this. If you see things run up in September and start cooling off by November, make sure you take your profits, don't,
yeah,
not financial advice, but I tell this to everybody, take profits, keep your moon bag, at least get your initials out. So you're at least broken
yeah,
even, and you didn't lose anything and you had a good time and you learned something,
yeah.
don't be greedy. Don't be greedy because that's how you lose, man.
Especially the people who funneled their retirement accounts into XRP. There's probably a lot of people that took their 40, 80, 120K, in their retirement account, moved it over to crypto. If you're up a 10x, take it out so you're safe.
Yeah.
Which also means if the prices start to come down, you have to exit less money, not the whole amount. Which means now you have your initials plus everything else, and now you're in a better spot than you were before. And also XRP, whatever XRP does doesn't concern the rest of the market. So,
MMG
and
says we need to make a major trend reversal. I agree with that so much.
yeah,
But I'd tell you right now, I know it looks like a downtrend, but with like XRP specifically, it's more of a consolidation, man. That's why I'm so focused on it, because I'm like, this is an anomaly.
It's still up 400%
Yeah,
from
if it breaks down and it just continues downward, then yes, it is in a downtrend. But if it continues to stay between $2 and $2.20, or between 150 and 250, that's consolidation, man. And that is a big stretch to be able to swing the market for trading between 150 and 250. That is a massive gain right there. That's why
yeah.
I give it so much attention, because XRP has an opportunity to make you a lot of money, whether it's going to do what it's going to do or not. Like, the swings
Yeah.
within it are very predictable, because $2 is a magnet.
Yeah.
That's why I got the magnet on the chart. You know what I mean? So like, that's great.
Yep.
MMG, if you want to come on, man, you can send me a call on Discord, but Josh is on right now.
I mean, eventually you could also use the you could create a private voice channel because you have a public one in your Discord server. You can also make a private one. And as an admin, you can move people in. So you could also have, 3 people in one conversation at once as well.
Okay. You know what? My IT guy showed me all this stuff. I've never used Discord before up until like a week ago. So I'm kind of learning it, but I'll get there. No big deal.
But yeah, I mean, everything is still clear, right? Nobody knows exactly how big this run could be. Could end up being bigger than all the other runs. But the one thing that's most important is that you don't get stuck at the top again. Because coins like, I mean, Algo, ADA, Ethereum, they're going to have a top. That's for sure.
Yeah.
XRP really is the only coin here that you could argue could have utility. But even then, who's to say Ripple picks to launch this utility during alt season? So,
Right. It's
you know,
probably, it's not really live. Nothing's live yet. And that's what I'm trying to explain to people is like, yeah, it has all this utility. It's all great and everything, but I don't think the switch gets flipped this year. I just don't. I think 2030, yeah, that's a true possibility. Maybe even before that, maybe 2 years from now. But I want to see clear legislation and regulation and investigation before I will say, okay, we're about to go live. It's about to get real. And I think,
just in case it happens.
yeah, and I think because of the 10K narrative, the $100 XRP narrative, and the switch getting flipped narrative, yes, XRP will run like crazy. It won't get institutional money, but retail will take it up to $5, maybe $8 is where I'm thinking. $5 to $8, probably more like $7. I will probably around $7 start sweating. Okay, of like, what should I do? But that's a maybe still. That's a maybe if that happens. So like, I'm not going to put everything on XRP because of what just happened here. It's even more iffy than it was before. You know what I mean?
We'll have to see what Bitcoin does. It's
Yeah.
really going to be the biggest indicator for right now. But I mean, let's say these CEOs aren't spreading fake hopium, right? And they know something and they know trillions are going to flow into Bitcoin come September. That would be crazy for sure. I mean, we're talking large market caps, but the other thing to think about too is that the institutions that end up buying Bitcoin, they probably won't go around and sell their Bitcoin and buy alts, is my guess, right?
Exactly.
So
Excuse me. Exactly. And that's why I'm worried that maybe there is no alt season.
it just depends what some of these institutions end up doing. I don't think all of them will. And I mean, there's always that effect that I tried to talk about last time where maybe they keep Bitcoin above a high price and we don't see these massive drops anymore, which could also happen because, if these institutions decide to just hold their Bitcoin and just keep buying over the next couple of years, that's also a possibility. And then if that is what ends up happening, then really only the strongest alts are going to run up with it. And
Dude, that's why
I
I'm
mean,
sticking to top 5, top 10
yeah,
alts, The liquidity's so spread out. If you're below top 10, you're not going to see face melting stuff. You know what I mean?
It just depends supply to how much supply those small, those coins have. I think coins that have, you know, are under the billions, or I mean, I should say half a billion supply range, those will probably do well.
Well,
But,
that's why
those
I'm looking at SXT. Have you heard of it? You know about it?
I bought into it when you said it. I waited for a
Yeah.
smaller dip, and I'm already up, I think 20%. So,
You're welcome. I told you could thank me later.
yep, I got into that, bro.
Yeah. That one that one's going to do well, especially if we have like the alt season that we want.
Yeah,
That one's going to do, I think that one could potentially do dollars for sure.
yeah.
At least $1.
Because again, there is, and there's still a bunch of people that bought Bitcoin that are going to cycle their money into alts. That's still happening. And if we get a large altcoin season, for sure. But I would still say even the smaller alts that aren't top 10, a lot of them could run, but it's going to be very selective. It won't be like every single altcoin is going to send like crazy. But like certain ones like SXT, without a doubt.
Oh yeah, dude, the supply's so low and the market cap's so low. The
Yeah.
partnerships are perfect. The utility's perfect. It's one of a kind. It the problem is it's so new that no one knows about it yet. It doesn't have the narrative behind it. But when it
Yeah.
does get the narrative, because it will, I know it will. When it does get out, and I'm thinking next cycle, maybe this cycle if we're lucky, it's going to do stupid numbers that
Yeah.
nobody could predict. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, it's one of a kind. It's like getting into Zbeck last year.
Yeah.
You know?
Which is what people should be looking for. You want to buy these coins that are all the way at the bottom, because one, they can't go down that much more, and two, usually, these coins that nobody's talking about, if they're good, are the ones that are most likely going to end up running. I mean, you could be happy to find a coin that's good, has good utility, and nobody knows about yet, because I mean, let's just be honest. By the time everybody's talking about it, you might already be too late.
Exactly. That's why or kind of how I mean, we were looking at SXT before, the whole Zbeck thing, but when Zbeck was happening, I was like telling everybody that was like FOMOing on Zbeck, I was like, guys, this is your next Zbeck. You're just too early. Like this will be everything that you want to get from XRP, everything that you want to get from Zbeck. You just got to buy it and hold it and wait. So for the people, because
Yeah.
there's people like you and me, we trade, right? Do you trade? I'm assuming you
Yeah.
trade. So you're a trader, right? I'm a trader.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's how I make my money and how I live and finance everything you see here. Okay. Whereas most people, they don't have the time. They've got kids, they're working, they're doing all these different things. So they want something that they can buy, hold, and they know that one day it's going to melt their face, right? And so that's why I presented SXT. I was like, okay, this is your opportunity. If that's who you are as someone in the crypto space, this is what you're looking for. There's something for everybody, right? But this is, if you're not looking to trade this thing and you're just going to buy it and hold it, I bought it at 10.5, right? And it ran all the way down to where it was. And I just bought some more at the bottom, but like I didn't sell what I had. I'm like, no way. Like I'm just, it's an accumulation right now. It's
Yeah.
prime for the picking. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
and that's my thing is like I try to look at the markets of not what's happening right now, but what will happen in the future. Because the way I see it, I already made my money this bull run. If I make more, great. I got the bags for it, but I'm pretty good. And if I feel like the narrative is switching and altcoin season's about to pop off and the time is right, of course I'm going to move back into the market and get hella bullish. And so is chat, because I'm going to let them know, right? But in the meantime, there is trillions of liquidity sitting on the sideline. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in that club. All right. And when I am like, hey, I'm moving into the market, so is every other dollar from that trillions. That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say.
And it's so
So
cheap too. It's like perfect time to accumulate at low prices. I mean, you can get so much for so little. Your risk to reward is honestly pretty good on that coin.
um JSG says, what coin are you saying? We're talking about SXT. And he says, is it at the bottom now? It pretty much hit the bottom. It could potentially go back and retest.
Yeah.
But it's pretty down there. I see a potential of it hitting 5 cents. And I have a massive limit order for like
Same.
100,000
Yep.
at 5 cents. So if it
Man,
hits that,
I wouldn't even be mad if that happened, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
I'll go buy a bunch at that point. And this is why you have to slowly get into these positions. You can't, like, let's say you have $1,500. You don't buy the $1,500 all at once. You know, you get into it.
right. Exactly. And like that's how I got where I was with XRP. I mean, I bought a lot in 2016. But then
Yeah.
I sold some, I used some, whatever. But over the years, while I was working, I just took a little bit of my paycheck every month and I put it into XRP when it was bottomed out. Anything under 50 cents, buy it, buy it, buy it. And
Yeah.
accumulated it over, years time. I think it was like 7 years of that accumulation. Because the last bull run, it didn't get nothing. It got a little pump. I got a little bit of money from it, took it out, whatever. Put it back
Yeah.
in, down at 50 cents. I think what I made off the last bull run, I bought in at like 40 cents or something like that. No big deal.
Yeah.
And look at what it did now. It retired me and put me on the internet. So that's how I'm trying to get people to think about things. It's like, yes, XRP could do everything that you're saying. And I'm giving you total validity in that. There is a possibility. I think it's a bit of moon cheese, but moon cheese is real and I factor that in. Okay. But if you're looking to buy something and just hold it and wake up one day and be rich, XRP is probably not it right now. I think once the bull run's over, definitely, but and maybe not even that. Honestly, I think after this bull run, if you're looking to get face melting rich, I wouldn't even look at XRP. It's too speculative. I'm more like RWAs, man. Think about it. Your XRP is backed by fiat, right? And
I mean,
we want to invest our fiat because it's losing money, right? So, or it's losing its value, right? So we're investing our fiat into something that in order to use it, and obviously until it gets real world use case, the only way to get a return from that investment is to turn it back into fiat. So it's a fiat backed currency. So the issue with that, and when people are like, oh, well, it'll run up. Yeah, well, it can also run down, especially if you're buying it right now. So you can actually lose value. You could potentially make some, but it's a 50-50, right? Whereas,
yeah.
and they're like, oh, well, over time, it will appreciate in value, but also the fiat will depreciate in value. So you get more fiat, but it kind of cancels each other out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, RWAs, you're investing in something that's a real world asset. It's a digital version of something that actually does gain value, not just fiat. Right? Now you can change it for fiat, but here's the difference: is you're just changing fiat to fiat with XRP, but the XRP may gain value, and and trading it back into fiat, you could potentially lose. You maybe make some more, but there is also that decrease in the dollar, right? But if you're in an RWA, as the dollar is decreasing value that it's sitting in XRP, It's doing the opposite in an RWA. You get what I'm saying? So it's gaining value while the fiat is losing value. So you're trading basically worthless fiat for a tokenized version of something real and valuable that's going to gain value over time, to where if you either cash it out for more fiat, it's exponentially grown in value because it's backed by something real and tangible. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I agree with all of that. I guess the only thing I would say too for XRP, which is something I found out the other day. So right now there's around 5,000 tokens being burned every single day, which isn't a lot. And I'm not trying to spread that in a way to say it's just going to go up. I have a different point with that. So in 27,000 years, which is a long, long time away, essentially no XRP would be left. So it technically makes XRP somewhat of a deflationary asset, just because unlike Bitcoin,
But not
where
really.
tokens, yeah, yeah, but in sense, people try to argue this Bitcoin, but with Bitcoin, once all 21 million tokens are released, anytime somebody sells them, they're all available again. Whereas for XRP, there's somewhat of a burn factor, and it doesn't really. I'm not meaning it more in a way to say it's going to cause price increase. It would, but obviously many, many, many years down the line,
But it
like
does deflate.
hundreds.
It does
Yeah,
deflate.
it could qualify as a deflationary asset in sense.
Not really, though.
And
It's not enough. And even if it was, the switch was flipped and it was going, it's not really enough to offset the inflationary value of fiat. That's the problem.
yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. There's some wild rumors that I believe in, that we might eventually get a new dollar that's gold backed again, which I'd
I
love
would
to see
love to
that
see that.
happen.
I think what
And
we'll
if
get is a digital gold backed dollar.
Yeah, we'll have to see which one it is, but I know that even Trump was talking about possibly doing it. Whether he'll do it or not, we're just gonna have to see. But I'd love to see that happen.
Yeah, whatever that
And
ends up being, buy it. Buy all of it.
yeah,
Don't hold anything
yeah,
else. That'll be the one.
yeah,
But here's my thing, though. Here's the thing is this is why I'm so bullish on Algorand, because I mean, at first the gold one will be very valuable. Gold has a use case. Okay, we use it in computer chips, cell phones. It doesn't tarnish. It is useful. Okay, but actually silver is more useful. That's why China invested so much into it, but it never really took off because the US made basically gold be the standard, not silver. But it does hold more
yeah.
value. It has more use case, as in the medical field and all kinds of different things, right? So
Silver is
actually,
super unvalued,
yeah, so
undervalued.
silver is actually more valuable than gold as far as usefulness, right?
Yeah,
So, and same thing with diamonds, okay? Diamonds are artificially inflated in their price because they hold the supply, and they have a monopoly on the mines. So they only release a certain amount at a certain time. It used to be that diamonds were scarce. They're not anymore. So
yeah,
it's an artificially inflated value. Same thing with maple syrup. I don't know if you know this about maple syrup, but some months in Canada, they their maple syrup, they produce a lot more, and in sometimes some seasons they produce a lot less. So what they do is they store up the maple syrup when they have the surplus, and they slowly release it out to keep the price of maple syrup high. So it's
yeah,
basically when there's a low supply of syrup, it would normally like skyrocket. Instead, it kind of stays steady, but it also, when it's a high supply, it keeps the price inflated up.
yeah,
And so that's my issue with gold and with, diamonds, right? It's
yeah,
artificially inflated. And here's the thing is, if you know anything about gold and understand the way money works, this is one thing I've been trying to explain to people, is because like everybody's like gold, gold, gold. Right now, yes, gold. Okay, gold is doing great. All right. But we have to understand that gold is dead technology, just like Bitcoin is dead technology. Now, Bitcoin still holds a massive value because we all agree that it has value, right? One day it will come to find out that Bitcoin doesn't have the value that everyone thinks it does. Just like gold will be the same thing, diamonds, same thing. But
Yeah.
when you understand why gold is actually value and why we've chose it to be our currency, then you kind of understand more fourth dimensionally of the future, because we are seeing a global financial shift happening right now. It's happening in our lifetime. It's the most amazing thing, and we're a part of it, right? You
Yeah.
agree with that, right?
Yeah.
So you have to understand what gold is and why it was valuable, why it was used. Obviously, we use it for computer chips, but we're talking about finite amounts, okay? People have been mining gold for thousands of years. There's more gold in the world than we could ever use for anything. It's just all monopolized and hoarded.
Yeah.
So,
And they're definitely lying about, whenever they say that there's not a lot of gold left, there's always going to be a new mining site. But where I'm the most bullish on would have to be silver, because I'll probably take a lot of the profits I make after this cycle, however big it is, and I'll probably buy more silver because
same.
the demand for silver is going to keep going up.
I
And
buy
they're actually
silver.
lying. Yeah.
I buy silver at thrift stores and swap meets and yard sales for nothing. And it's worth way more. And I buy it in jewelry. I buy like rings and necklaces and chains and whatever I can find. But if I find something silver, I can get something that's worth like $150 in silver for like $10. I have a massive silver, it's for making martinis, right? Massive
Yeah.
thing, right? And I think I paid $5 for it, dude. And its weight in silver right now is worth like hundreds of dollars. So like,
Yeah.
I love buying silver, man. I'm all about it. And I think silver is more valuable. But let me get back to gold, okay? And silver in particularly as currency and its value as money, right? So understanding technology in money will help you understand the future of money. So gold got its value originally because it did not tarnish, and it was a soft metal that could not be reproduced, and it was scarce, and it was easy to press into coins. So that's why it was used as currency. It was a way to store value, right?
Yeah.
But that's a dead technology, because what has happened is we took our gold and we were exchanged. Well, people started to store up a supply. Well, gold is very heavy, right? So you got people, they've got all their wealth, and they can't carry it around with them, right? People became very wealthy thousands of years ago, became very wealthy. So they said, hey, we're going to create a bank, right? And we're going to hold all the gold for you. And we're going to give you this paper note, and you can give it to somebody else, and then they can bring it back to us and they can come and get their gold. And that's where we get banks from, right? And then somewhere along the lines, people realize, hey, nobody's coming and picking up their gold. They're just exchanging the paper notes. So the banks were like, hey, they're only using about 10% of the gold that we have 90% of the gold here all the time, and they're only taking about 10%. We could lend out the other 90%.
Yeah.
And this is where 2/3 of our inflation in our system in the US comes from, and in the world, right? 2/3 of our inflation comes from this, because the banks lend out the extra money that they have. So like if you have $100,000 and you take it to the bank and deposit it, now the bank can lend $90,000. Well, then the person that is lent the $90,000 takes that $90,000 and gives it to a person, buys a house cash, and then that other person takes that $90,000 and puts it back in the bank. And now the bank can lend out off of that $90,000, and it's compounded over and over and over again like that off of the same $100,000 over and over and over and over again. And this is on a billions, if not $trillion scale. This is happening. This is why inflation is so bad. Okay. So you look at gold and you realize, okay, gold really has no value because it's artificially inflated. It's dead technology. It's just something that was used to store value, and it holds value because we say it does, just like Bitcoin, right? So what is the real value in the world? Do you know what the real value, what actually is valuable?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What is the true
I feel like
thing, the thing that actually is valuable?
I feel like I would have different answers to this, or multiple. For example,
I know I'm putting you on the
like,
spot, but just think about it. Just think,
Yeah.
spitball with me. What do you think it is? Chat says minerals. Ron says happiness.
I'd have to say, if we're going off of value base, probably land, real estate.
Those things just store value. What is the actual valuable thing in life? The actual, let me tell you, I'll tell you what it is. It's time and labor. Okay?
Yep, sure.
So labor is the true value. You go and you sacrifice your time and labor away at something to earn value. So that is the true currency. All right?
Yeah.
So if we think about that, okay, what is truly valuable? It's your time and energy. Okay? Energy. Energy is the true value. Anything that can save time and can save energy is going to be valuable. That's why I'm like, okay, Algorand. Algorand at the summit said that they are tokenizing solar plants. When I heard this, I was like, this is everything, okay? Because it's energy and time all in one place. And everything is going to be done by robots in order to save time, but it's going to cost energy, right?
Yeah.
So what is the true most valuable thing to fourth dimensionally long-term invest in? Energy. Energy is the true investment, right? Because it's not going to be labor anymore, because we're moving into a new world where everything is going to be robotic, automated, and done, right? So it won't really be labor. There will be labor jobs that are going to pay very well because no one's going to know how to do nothing, right? And that will be valuable. Yeah. But if you're looking to not have to use labor to gain wealth, then the only other thing to invest in is to energy. And that's why I'm so dude, there you are, man. I can see you. I'm going to bring you on for chat to see you. Look, there he is. There's Josh. There he is. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. So, energy being the future of true value. Anything that that is centered around energy, free. This is why they don't want to have free energy, because we had the opportunity for Tesla. Nikola Tesla was making free energy towers for the world, and instead they went with Edison because Edison found a way that they could capitalize on it, right? And that's why I think we'll never see free energy, because if we have free energy, there is no longer any currency, because we'll have robotics to do everything, and we'll have all the energy in the world. So what would be the true resource after that would be time, which time is the most valuable thing. So I think that, hey, they're not going to give out energy for free. They're going to find a way to capitalize on it. So I'm like, hey, I want to invest into energy. And when Algorand said that, and then they said we're also tokenizing real world assets, I'm like, this is where it's at.
Yeah.
What do you think? Sorry, I ranted for a little bit there.
No, I think I would agree with that. I think I also looked at Algorand again last night, and
I like you got the red
I
lights on
mean,
in the back, by the way.
yeah, market is down, so red lights. But there's so many projects, but there's only a few that offer actual use case, and positioning yourself ahead of what's to come is always going to be the best option, right? Because you could go along with what everybody else is saying, but at the end of the day, Algorand is in a good position. It's also at a really good price. Personal opinion, I think at the price that it's at right now versus what we could be back at. And, maybe not even this bull run, but next one, like we could be, seeing back towards those near all-time highs. And I think it's, time definitely a valuable asset. Every single rich person says it. I'm pretty sure like so many books even talk about it. Like, I mean, let's be honest. Every single book, everything. Time is value. Time is money at the same time.
Dude,
So
that's what got me on SXT. I didn't even know its use case or anything. Obviously, I looked into it before I bought it, but I saw space and time. I'm like, oh, they're tokenizing time. Let's take a look at this. Like, so that's why I looked into it, But yeah, time
yeah,
is the most valuable thing, but it's really time and energy and labor are the true value. So what can you actually invest in that's one of those three things?
yeah,
Energy.
exactly. What were your? I wanted to ask you what your thoughts on Quant are.
Quant's good. It's Oracle, right?
I'm not too sure. I was just talking about it with somebody last night, and I looked into it, and I was like, I actually like the way that the supply is looking on it, and from a non-biased perspective, I actually now also think that we could see Quant doing some pretty cool things.
What number position is that on the chart? Let me pull you off
Let me
the.
go look.
I'm gonna pull it up too. Quant.
59th.
Yeah. See, Algo's above that.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem. Is I'm worried that anything under basically top 10 aren't going to perform as well this cycle. That's what I'm worried
I mean,
about.
I'm talking more in like a broader stance of like Quant has good use case and it has half the supply that Bitcoin has. So talking more about like positioning ahead
Yeah.
in terms.
So, what's the market cap on that one? Do you know?
Uh, let me see real quick. It is 1.2 billion right now.
That's high. That's the problem. High market cap.
It's high, but
I
there's
mean,
so
it's
many
not.
other altcoins out there that have, similar, and I really like the supply aspect side of it. I mean, half of what Bitcoin has, I think.
Yeah. And a lot of people say that a lot. I've been actually hearing a lot about quant lately, and I think it's the fact that you're bringing it up too. That's good for the narrative. There's obviously some kind of narrative going around right now for quant, so that's good that people are talking about it. Low supply is everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter the market cap. What matters more is the supply, in my opinion,
Yeah.
as long as it's run down far enough. So, yeah, if it
Yeah.
does take off, it has a potential to move more quickly. That's why people go into meme coins because, low supply and
Yeah.
low market cap at the same time. So it runs really quickly. That's why I
Yeah.
like SXT though, because it's low supply and low market cap. Where I think the market caps are what, like like 120 million right now, 130 million. It's
Yeah.
low, bro. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Perfect time to buy in.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
think.
doesn't mean quant isn't going to be good. It isn't going to get a run. I'm more worried that SXT won't get as good a run as it could this cycle because it's so new and no one knows what it is. I'm literally the top creators in the space here, because now that I'm
Yeah.
one of the top creators here, like they're actually talking to me now and like giving, like when I pop in, they're just like, oh, like will actually talk to me. And so like
Yeah.
I'm talking to all these different creators, massive creators, way beyond what I'm doing here. And they're like, what's SXT? They don't even know what it is. And then
Yeah.
I tell them about it and they're like, oh, hey. And like part of it, okay, I'm not going to lie. I don't really shill coins, but I do believe in this project. And I feel like if other creators know about it, then that's going to help create narrative, right? So yeah, obviously I want to promote something that I'm in, you know, and that's the kind of the problem with XRP right now is that, but the thing is with SXT is it actually really has major potential. It just doesn't have the traction behind it because it's so new, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Like that's what we want in a coin. But I think as well, like quant has that potential and already has that narrative. So yeah, I do think that there's a potential that quant does better than SXT this cycle. I'm more or less looking at things to buy for next cycle. I'm getting ready for when if things hit the bottom, when because I want to buy in the despair point of the cycle, not in the mean. So that way I can be in profit throughout the whole waiting period, you know?
Yeah. I mean, would you be mad, like, let's say that I start really shilling out SXT. You think it would be a bad idea, or you think it's a good time for people to start spreading awareness around it? Because
I
I mean, that's how things work.
I don't think we should shill anything. But if you believe
Mhm.
in something and you tell people, hey, something just hit the bottom, here's its
Yeah.
partnerships and here's its utility, do what you think is best. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm doing that. And I tell people, I'm like, hey, SXT could potentially hit 5 cents or lower. It could go to freaking zero. We don't know any of
Yeah.
this. As long as you're
Yeah.
honest with people, then it's not shilling. Shilling is when you're like, hey, buy this meme coin because you're holding a massive supply of it because you created it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you want it to pump so you can get out of it. That's the difference. As long as your
Yeah.
intentions are good, like as a creator, we have that that burden on ourselves to make sure that we are doing the right thing because too many creators are doing the wrong thing. And that's where we build our platform in a way and build trust with the people is by
Yeah.
giving them something. Like I gave people SXT the day before it got a massive green candle. And then obviously it ran down after that. I said, make sure you take your profits. I'm not selling
Yeah.
any because I know that it's going to do massive numbers. I'm going to just keep buying it as it goes down. I was like, this is the kind you want to DCA because it's not getting its run yet.
Yeah. I wanted to answer a question I saw in chat because somebody said I don't believe Quant is Oracle, but I could be wrong. And Quant is not part of Oracle. Quant is a separate company, but it is partnered with Oracle to enhance blockchain interrupt. I can't even say the word, so I do apologize for that. So they're partnered, but they're not part of each other's companies.
Nice. That's why I thought Oracle because I knew it had something to do it. So it's partnered with them, which is good.
Yeah.
Is there any connection to Link with that one? I feel like it does have a connection with Chainlink. Maybe
Uh,
I'm wrong. Or maybe
I
it's
can go look
the
it up.
competitor for Chainlink. I think Link is a good one though.
Chainlink.
Yeah. Chainlink
I've
connects
seen a lot of
all
people
the
talk about
dots.
Chainlink recently.
How we doing, chat? Everybody, FYP in the chat. smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Don't forget to sign up for a deluxe subscription, and I have 2 spots left for the technical analysis class. If you want to sign up for the technical analysis class, send me a DM. It is $25 an hour, okay? And that's 4 hours over the month. So it's $100, but you're going to be learning how to read the charts like I do. I've maybe seen one other creator that reads the way I do, but they're just not as accurate. Link is in RWA space, right? No, I believe Link is more Oracle.
Yeah, so Quant focuses on creating a gateway for different blockchains to traditional systems, while Chainlink provides a decentralized Oracle network for smart contracts. They are often compared because they both play roles in evolving blockchain landscape, but they address different needs.
Right. So they're
Yeah.
similar. It's competition, basically. So
Yeah.
Quant is not decentralized, it's centralized, is the difference.
It just says that it focused more on decentralized systems, but we probably should check that real quick, so I'll look that up.
Hey, it's like I have another Jesse now. I have a Josh and a Jesse. This is cool, man. I like having you on the show. We're going to do this more often for sure.
Quant is not a blockchain itself, but an operating system that enables access to cryptocurrency ecosystems, but it's designed to be used in a regulated, compliant, and programmable manner, which is often compared to Google for its ability to connect different blockchains.
D. Linney says Chainlink is an entire platform and is the middleware for all of Web3. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm like, Chainlink is what connects all the dots throughout all of crypto. And I believe it's the only one that's based in the US. So it is unique of all of them. I hold Chainlink. Everyone here in the staff holds Chainlink. It's funny because everyone that started working on the show, they maybe held a little bit of Bitcoin or whatever. Now they're all like, because they're watching the show, they're trading in the room right next to me while watching the show. It's awesome.
Yeah. So I would say, and this is highly speculative. This is all rumors, okay? But there have been some stances, and Trump's kind of talked about this, but not really. It's more been his sons, but they were talking about potentially making Bitcoin tax free in the USA,
Right.
and
Well, they were
along
saying
with
all US based
yep.
cryptocurrencies,
So that links back
potentially.
to Chainlink, potentially. But since Chainlink and any other cryptocurrency company that is in the US, that would be very beneficial for them if that did surpass.
Exactly. So the only people that would be buying otherwise, like Quant, would be in Dubai because there's no tax on crypto.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I would say that Chainlink is probably your better bet, just in case. And everyone else is going to be thinking the same thing. This is psychology as well. We have to get in the minds of people. Is that they're banking on and hoping on that they're not going to have to pay any taxes on crypto. I think that there's a potential that that happens, but I think the reason that they're dragging it out or it won't happen is I think that it's a way to fuel the bull run. People won't sell if they're waiting for that tax-free moment. You know what I mean? They'll just buy and hold. And that's another psychology thing you got to think about, that Donald Trump and his sons all hold Bitcoin. They've been debanked, so this is where they get their financial income from. So they have everything to gain from pushing that narrative. Is it actually going to happen? We'll see. I mean, go ahead.
I would say that there is a chance it could happen since other countries are doing it, and you have to stay competitive. If you want to have your country as the forefront and you want to compete, you don't want to have a lot of investors go over to Dubai to avoid taxes, right?
Agreed.
Because now they're paying taxes in Dubai overall. And the other thing to think about is if you say that all US cryptos you don't have to pay capital gains tax on, that would be massively bullish. But at the same time, all that money that people wouldn't spend, or I'm sorry, all the money that everyone would not pay in taxes, they're going to end up spending inside the US economy. So that could be a way to kind of push that sort of a narrative. It also means that it pumps US companies up,
Right.
which, if the US companies or the US crypto companies make a load of money, they still have to pay taxes. So realistically, it could be a really strategic move for them to do. And I think it could possibly happen, but
I
I would
think
still be a little bit skeptical
I
on the
think
same
it
time.
will happen. It just
Yeah.
won't happen until like after the bull run, because big players don't want people to cash out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this fuels a mega cycle like you're talking about. And if that's what they're pushing for, that's what they want, this would be one of those factors that fuels a mega cycle that nobody wants to sell their crypto because they're waiting for
Yeah.
tax free in order to cash out. So,
Which would mean if you're smart about that, it would mean that you would hold your money in things like RLUSD and wait a little bit till after in case they end up passing that.
exactly. Now, if you cash into RLUSD, is that considered capital gain still, though, because it's a stable coin?
I think it only counts if you draw it out of your cryptocurrency accounts.
I'm not sure.
So,
We should look into that. That's
all
actually
right,
a really good question.
I'll look it up right now.
Dude, that's great having you on the show, man. Because normally Jesse's here, but she's on vacation.
Mhm.
You know, I want to get to a point with this show where I can take time off and someone
Yeah.
else can fill in for me and actually take over the show. We've talked about Jesse doing it. I tried to get the IT guy to do it. He's like, no way, not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be engaging at all times.
Right. And it would probably be a shorter show with Jesse, but she's pretty good. Um, I she's like, I need to do like a fake live, and I was like, okay, well, like we'll put on OBS and we'll pretend like you're live, and I'll get in the chat and I'll send you questions, and we'll practice. So yeah, I think she would do well, um, especially like she's cute, you know what I mean? So she would do really well on the show, but
Mhm.
I don't know if she has that charisma, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But uh if you're interested in fulfilling that role, we could talk about that later. I'm down.
Hey, I thought about what you said the other day about potentially starting to make some stuff. So maybe I gain a little bit more experience, and then maybe that's something I can eventually do.
Right. But
Hold
I
on,
think
just
in
bear.
the meantime, having you here and then you
Yeah,
build your platform, it's just going to drive people onto your platform. It's going to be good for you.
yeah, bear with me for a minute. I'm still trying to figure this out. It's not giving me a direct answer.
Hey, chat, I got a question for you guys. What do you guys think about the taxes? Do you think that um, that stable coins switching from your cryptocurrency into stable coins, is that capital gains tax, or is that not taxable because it's still a cryptocurrency? Well, Guinea Marie, yes, they will be tax free, but not yet. Yes, capital gains. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm pretty sure because it's a stable coin, like USDC is basically the US dollar. But here's the thing is like you transfer from USDC into USD in order to send it to your bank. I believe any profit will be taxable. They're just too greedy. I think you're right, Justin. I think it is taxable. However, there is a way to avoid that. So when you're at a loss, right, you take your money out of the market and then put it directly back in, and it counts as a loss. And you do that several times, and it negates any profits that you end up taking. So if you do that enough times and then you have a massive like 100x, but you've logged 100x of losses, it basically cancels it out. Okay, yeah. Jason says selling capital gains into stable coins is, or selling crypto into stable coins is capital gains. I believe that to be true.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you
So
can
I
always,
think people just haven't been reporting it to the IRS until they actually move it to their bank account. So
right. And Justin Durango says, well, you can always write off your losses against your profits. Exactly. That's why whenever you're at a loss, you should be exiting the market and putting it back in. Yes, it's going to cost you a little bit of gas fees. Okay, but if you're paying like a membership on, say, Coinbase, for instance, you're not paying any gas fees, so it's basically free. But that gas fee is substantially cheaper than paying the capital gains tax. That's what I do. Okay, so I take those losses every chance I can when the market is down and I'm in my accumulation phase. If there's a dip, I will exit the market and then I will add more to my bag and re-enter it back in altogether.
yeah.
And so what you're
So
doing is you're racking up losses and growing your bag at the same time. What were you saying, Justin? Or Josh? Sorry.
I was gonna say, so taxes, correct me if I'm wrong, but you only have to report your taxes end of the year, right? Or
Um,
start of the, when is
yes.
that pay period?
So
So hypothetically, could you technically swap your XRP to stable coins after this altcoin cycle and then just wait a little bit longer to see if they pass it? Because if they pass it and they say no tax before, you could technically get away with not paying anything.
I feel like they would pass it in like June, May or June after taxes, get that first run of revenue, and then, oh, here you go.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously,
Yeah, that's
everybody.
speculation. You know, I'm just,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I see greed, and anywhere that the system can capitalize on some greed, they're going to. Let's
Yeah.
see, what does chat say here? We will never be no tax on crypto. The government always wants their cut. I'm leaning that direction. I think that the narrative is no tax on crypto to keep people to leave their money in, and then the cycle will run to the bottom, and they won't even address it. They'll just act like they never said it, and
Yeah.
it'll just life goes on. And people will lose everything because they're waiting for that to happen.
Yeah. It's definitely something you should treat as speculative for right now. We're just more referring to like future because you have to stay competitive with other countries. And Dubai, they don't have any capital gains tax. I think a bunch of other countries are doing it. So it might force the US into doing it. But
Maybe
there's always that factor of them saying they're gonna do it, and then it takes another
not,
5-8 months till they
or just
actually.
not do it at all. Use it as
Yeah.
a ploy to get people to keep their money in. I think that's what I've been saying.
Mhm.
Guinea Marie says, I don't understand what you're saying to bear the system. Guinea Marie, send me a direct message. You're a deluxe subscriber, and I can explain it to you in more detail individually. And anybody that needs more clarification on any of this stuff, become a deluxe subscriber, and you can message me one-on-one for coaching, and I can answer these questions in more depth and more detail. And I'm actually going to be offering in the future here, not quite yet, but maybe next month, maybe the month after, where you can actually message me on Discord and we can talk on the phone, where you can do phone calls. But that'll probably be something totally different because phone calls take longer than just a quick chat back and forth, and I can do it in my own time. So I will offer that, but it's going to be something totally different, and we'll figure it out. But I do want to offer as many resources to you guys as possible. The idea here is to, obviously this is a business and I have, people to pay here. So the idea is to become profitable at some point, but also at the same time is for you to become profitable. So it offsets all of these costs and you have a one-stop shop place to come to get your answers, get your coaching, get your technical analysis classes, everything in one space. So that's my end goal here. This is all very new. We've only been around for a couple months, so bear with me. We are building this, but my goal is to give you guys every resource that I possibly can. First, I need to get back into profits. I mean, aren't you in profits with Circle? Circle's looking really good. But yeah, I get it.
IPO was crazy they did.
Yeah, Guinea Marie bought a bunch at like, what did you pay? Like 36 bucks on it? She's doing good. Talking about back in sold at 285. You sold all of it? Oh, you bought it 62. You're supposed to keep a moon bag, girl. I told you don't sell all of it, but take profits. Oh, you sold all of it. Well, good for you. You made some money. We'll get you back into profit. It's going to take time. I'll tell you what, if the face melting altcoin season comes, I guarantee you're going to be in profit. You're going to be there. You're going to be so filthy rich. But you can't say you're not in profit if you're spending your profits on going on vacation. That's still profit. Guinea Marie was able to take her and her daughter on vacation by becoming a deluxe subscriber. And TikTok seller, he remodeled his parents' kitchen. Crazy. 18-year-old kid, just like you, man.
Hey, maybe there's going to be, there's a lot of people who could really bank on this opportunity coming up here. And then now, I would say now is probably the best time to sign up for it, because if we see some sort of a slight correction, followed by something really big, and you have somebody who can give you all that information, that could pay off really big here soon.
Exactly.
So,
$10 invest. Think of it as an investment, guys. Think of the TA class as an investment. Invest into yourself. Invest into knowing the information that you need, and with someone that you vetted and trusted. Obviously, you're here because you vetted me and you trust me because I've shown you time and time again. Even Josh over here, Josh is a part of the show now, because the proof is in the pudding. I've shown you guys day in and day out that I'm not here to milk you guys for money. I'm here to get you profitable, because the only way that we're going to fight the system of the CBDC war is what I'm calling it. This is the CBDC war, is if we become wealthy and can take over the system and get into those positions of power and have the knowledge and understanding to fight the fight. Justin Drago says, how confident are you we are going to see another huge alt season? Not very confident. Josh is very confident, but I'm not too confident. The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and there's a possibility that altcoin season comes from the liquidity flowing out of Bitcoin into altcoins. And if Bitcoin just continues to rise and never pulls back really, then it's not going to happen. That's the problem. So it's a 50-50 thing. That's why we're on this show. That's why me and Josh are here, because we need to see both sides of the coin. We can't, I want to be unbiased, so we need to know what Josh is thinking, and we need to know what I'm thinking, because he's on the other side of the coin. But at the other, on both sides of the coin is still the edge. And that's why we have Jesse to fact check both of us, make sure we're on point, right?
Yeah. I saw somebody asked, what percentage do you like as a moonbag? I think that's something you should answer.
Okay. Everyone's situation is different.
Yep.
Okay. And so if that's the question you're asking, I highly recommend you invest $10 and become a deluxe subscriber and send me a direct message. And that way I can get your portfolio information. I'm never going to ask you for like your wallet keys and stuff like that. No, I just figure out what you have, where you got in at, how much of it you got. so that we can come up with a specific plan and strategy based off of your specific needs, because everyone is different. There's no blanket term to throw on that, and that's why I offer the deluxe subscription. So was that
Yeah.
who was the one that said that?
Sydney.
Sydney Hotshots. So I think,
Yep.
Sydney, your deluxe subscription relapsed. So if you want to renew your subscription, you can reach out to me. Remember, that deluxe subscription, you only get out of it what you put into it. You have to reach out to, I'm a very busy person. I have 90 other people. I guess we got 88. We're losing subscriptions today. We got 88 other people that I'm, coaching with. So like, you have to reach out to me and ask me those questions. You have to reach out to me and give me the information, what you have, what you're holding, how much of it you're holding, and say, what is my strategy? What should I be doing? And I'm not going to say, this is what you need to do this. Okay. I'm going to tell you what I think, because legally that's all I can do. Is I'm going to tell you, I think this would be a good idea. And you got to read between the lines. Okay. But you get out of it what you put into it.
Yep. And yeah, that's actually a really good answer, because it does depend on, what you're holding, how much you're holding. And, some people might, like, you can't just give a percentage base, because, if somebody were to ask me that, it's like, I've made sure to stack up as much as possible when it was down, so that way I can take some out and leave a decent amount in. But that's also not sometimes the case for everybody. So
Yeah.
it's not a straightforward answer.
And let me tell you right now, if any creator gives you advice with no input from you and just gives you a blanket, here's the blanket thing that everyone should do, don't follow them. Okay, not a financial advice or anything, but that is wrong. Okay, that is so wrong, because like we had who was it? Nadi, I think, was on here, and she was like, "Oh, you need to make sure you're diversifying." And I was like, "Hold on, wait a minute, okay? Everyone's situation is different. We've got a lot of people that got $100 in here, okay? And most of the people that are subscribing to me, they're like, I got $100, $500, $1,000, and they're holding 100 different projects, okay? No, everyone's situation is different. It's very important as creators that we're very clear with people that we cannot just blanket a solution onto everybody and it's going to work for everybody. You need to find a strategy that works for you. And there's only two things you need to become a profitable trader, okay? One is a strategy that you can find for you that works and is consistently profitable. It's never going to be 100%, but if you can be 75% profitable, you're doing well. And most people, I give you a solution where you're about 85 to 90% profitable. All right. So that's the first thing you need, is the strategy. The second is you got to get control of your emotions. You got to have your strategy and stick to it. That's how you become a successful trader. And that's what I go over with the coaching is we work on FOMO control and patience and all those things. Okay. And we work on getting you a strategy specific for you.
Yep.
All right, chat. What do you think is going to be the biggest face melting coin this season? Let's say we have an alt season. Okay. What's going to be the face melter? Because I thought it was going to be XRP. I thought it was. Now I'm not so sure because of what we learned. Guinea Marie said Pepe. Yes, that's what I think. I think Pepe is going to be a face melter. It's a meme coin, but man, everybody's talking about it. It's been like the biggest thing this year. Maybe fart coin, but I think fart coin's a bit high right now, and there's not enough liquidity to really cash out on it. So I feel like Pepe is actually going to be that one. So Guinea Marie, good for you. That's because Guinea Marie's been listening to my coaching, so she already knew what I was going to say.
Yeah, I'd have a very biased response to that.
What do you think?
But uh I look, I want to say XRP, but I that's also not the only thing I hold. Um I'm looking at ADA a lot, and I think it's
Cardano.
super undervalued, and I think that once they connect it with Bitcoin to potentially make it faster, Bitcoin really starts to run. I think potentially ADA could go back to its all-time highs, maybe a little bit higher. So I've been buying ADA really recently. Might not be the largest runner, but I think versus what it's at right now and the potential that it has, I think it could be very good returns. It's also in the top coins, so that's my second one that I'm looking at.
So if I wasn't thinking meme coins, so I'm thinking altcoin right now. So Pepe will
Yeah,
run when we go into alt or into meme coin season, which it
yeah,
follows altcoin. So
yeah.
I'm thinking altcoins here. I think Solana
Mm,
or Polygon. Solana or Polygon. And I'm worried that it's not going to be Polygon because it's
yeah,
kind of lost its steam.
yeah,
But Polygon offers staking. Does Solana offer staking? I'm not sure.
yeah.
So yeah, that's
I
why
think
I'm
it does.
thinking Solana. I really
And
do. And the whole meme coin, everything is running on Solana. Meme coins have been
yeah,
like the talk of the town. Everybody wants to be in it. That's why I really feel like Solana is going to do something. If it's not XRP, I think the next runner up would be Sol.
and then hey, maybe all of them get a good run, which is also a possibility.
Oh, for
But I think if
sure.
we were to say like Solana or Polygon, I'd have to go Solana because I mean, look at all these tools people are making. We have the Axiom platform, we have Bullex, uh, all these different tools people are using because I mean, there's thousands of coins launching a day on the Solana network, right? Like it's absolutely absurd. I mean, what was it 3 months ago or back when XRP was at peak, like $3.30? Every single young kid was trading in the trenches because it was a trend on TikTok. I know everybody who looks at crypto, you saw that on your feed. Like it was the talk. People got rich, man.
I know now
And
they
also
got
a lot of
pump
people
fun.
lost money.
Dude,
Yep.
like people don't make money on meme coins, but they all want to play the game.
Yeah. It's crazy because so many people lost money, but everybody's still doing it. And I guarantee you, if Solana starts running again, the trenches are going to fly. I mean, Trump
Oh
launched
yeah.
his coin, and
It took
I wouldn't
off
say rugged, but just like everybody else, I Solana is definitely a big contender here. And
for
I mean,
sure.
we could see some all-time highs for Solana.
Guinea Marie says, "Does alt season just happen? When do we prepare?" So there is an index. I'm gonna move you for a second because I'm gonna pull this up for them.
Yep.
Uh, so here is what's it on? It's on. I haven't been on there in forever. What's it called? Not the fear and greed index. It's the
The dominance charts.
yeah. Oh yeah, Bitcoin dominance. I should be talking about this more. I use this privately. I never use it on the chat. So go to
Yeah.
Coin Market Cap. All right. And you can look up Bitcoin dominance chart right here. This is the chart. Okay. And you have your fear and greed index right now, which is neutral, which is basically not a buy or a sell. When you're in fear, you want to buy. And when you're in greed, you want to sell. All right. In altcoin season, there's this little bar right here. It says CMC altcoin season index. Now, this is based off of Ethereum versus Bitcoin. Okay. I
Yeah.
think there's a possibility that one of these days that Ethereum is no longer the gauge. Ethereum
Yeah.
could fall out of its position, but currently, right now, alt season is compared to as between Bitcoin and Ethereum dominance. So right now, this little dot is here in the orange. So we have the orange, we have the yellow, we have the light blue, and the dark blue. when this dot starts moving over, and it's moved over and gotten pretty close to the middle, and then it just shot right back. So when this dot right here crosses over and starts heading this direction into the blue, that's when we're heading into altcoin season. And what happens is the money right now is massively flowing into Bitcoin. And the reason why we were moving into altcoin season, and then all of a sudden, all these institutions started creating Bitcoin reserves, and it just pumped more into Bitcoin. And that's why there's this question of, are we getting an altcoin season? Is Bitcoin ever going to pull back? It may not, because of strategic Bitcoin reserves. Not just the US, but companies, states, governments all over the world are creating these Bitcoin strategic reserves where they're buying up Bitcoin and holding it. So now everybody else is buying up Bitcoin and holding it. So if altcoin season starts because Bitcoin loses its dominance and starts to collapse, right? And all of the liquidity from Bitcoin flows into Ethereum and the altcoins at the same time. And that's where the speculation of no alt season comes from, is because if the money does not leave Bitcoin, then it does not enter into the alts. And that's another thing, is we have trillions of dollars right now sitting on the sidelines, right? Just waiting to hit the market. Okay. Where are they going to put that money? Is it going to go into Bitcoin, or is it going to go into altcoins? Because if Bitcoin never loses its dominance and everything gets, smoothed over, right? And tariffs are no longer a problem, and wars are being settled, and everyone's calming down, and inflation's calmed down, and interest rates have lowered. All that happens, and then all that money decides to move into Bitcoin. No alt season. It means it already happened. We had it in November to January, and then that was it. So that's the problem. That's what I keep saying here, is like, hey, there's a possibility that we're done, that it happened, we got it, and hopefully you got out January 29th like I did, okay? Hopefully you were watching the show that long. But if not, it could be done. Now, if for some reason this is a simul cycle, okay, where Bitcoin keeps rising up and altcoins are moving with it, which is what is happening, because a lot of people got into altcoins early because they're like, I don't want to jump into Bitcoin while it's high, because they don't know how high it's going to go. I'm going to get into altcoins early. And same with the trenches. Everybody got into meme coins. That's why meme coins have been so big this year, is everyone wanted to get into something low market cap, low coin supply, where they can make a quick buck. So they all jumped into alts and meme coins early, hoping that Bitcoin dominance would fall and they'd be ahead of the game. Well, now they may be SOL and miss the Bitcoin train. And what'll happen is the money that's in altcoins and in meme coins, and the money when the money from the sideline starts flowing into Bitcoin, everyone in altcoins and in meme coins will rush into Bitcoin, and it will shoot it like crazy. That's why they're saying a 250K Bitcoin or higher. That's why they're saying 300K plus, because that is a possibility that Bitcoin never loses its dominance, no altcoin season, and Bitcoin is it. Now, what will create a crazy altcoin season after that, though, is if we get regulation and it's this Genius Act and they go after Tether And people in Bitcoin realize that 90% of Bitcoin is backed by Tether. And for every
Yeah.
$100 in Bitcoin is only backed by $1, that will create a massive sell-off, and that will create that mega cycle in altcoins. And that's what
Yeah.
I'm wondering. But I don't think it happens this cycle. I think it happens next cycle. I think we need clear regulation and then investigation. And investigation takes even longer than creating legislation.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, look at the, Bitcoin dominance. I honestly think that the dot could move even further into Bitcoin for a while too. Like we could still see a very large alt cycle, but for a couple months, we might see that dot move even further to the Bitcoin side, which is what I'm betting on right now.
I
Because
am too.
everything right now is Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. So that dot is most likely going to push even farther to Bitcoin. And then we're just going to have to see what happens from there. And, the other scenario we talked about was that, hey, maybe we have a really large alt cycle along with Bitcoin going up, but it's only select altcoins. That could also be a possibility too.
Right.
And I would honestly be more happy with that, to be honest,
It
because
would
everybody
be
should be.
a
Yeah.
smaller alt season because the liquidity is more spread out. Certain coins such as XRP, Solana, and Chainlink and Hedera and all these other ones we've been talking about could potentially run with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And those top
And then
10 ISO projects will be the ones that take off with Bitcoin. But I'm telling you right now, I think if those trillions of dollars that are sidelined right now flow into Bitcoin, it ends it all. But if Bitcoin tops out, loses everything because of all the narratives and all the fear that's going on, and Bitcoin starts pulling back, there's a potential that those trillions flow into altcoins. So it's really 50-50 right now. And that's why I'm sidelined. I'm sidelined because I'm in that trillions of dollars of sidelined money in stable coins, waiting to see where is it going to flow into so that I can make the right move. And so is everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that could also end up happening is that, we get a mega cycle and Bitcoin just keeps going up, doesn't go back down. But at the same time, investors are also splitting their capital and buying a lot of these, like you mentioned, ISO 2200 compliant coins. The top ones of them, obviously, because there's a lot of coins that claim they are, but, only really the top ones. And that could also be something that I could see for playing because so many people who are in the government are shilling, all these other coins. The Trump administration, it talks about Ethereum a lot, which I think is for personal gain. I'm going to be honest. And I'm also biased because I don't really like Ethereum.
Me
But
neither.
if they make Ethereum run, it's going to make the alts run. So we could see a scenario where Bitcoin pumps like crazy and good alts pump like crazy. And if that happens, that'd be super bullish. And we're just going to have to wait to see what they end up doing with that. But for right now, I think we might see the dot shift even harder to the Bitcoin side. And I
So,
don't think that I'm wrong with that.
so, Justin Drago says, so we're looking at years here. We're looking at either weeks or years.
Yeah.
It could go either way. And we have to be very vigilant and watch. And I would recommend that you follow the show and watch the show because we're going to be following all this. And we're not
Yeah.
biased to any one way or the other. We're open to the fact that it could go either way. And
Yeah.
I'm not wrong. I a lot of people have everything to lose by being wrong, so they're like leaning one way or leaning the other. I'm impartial, I'm unbiased. Whatever happens, you're going to know it by being here. You're going to know it first.
Yeah.
And then Guinea Marie says, in November, I doubled my money in Bitcoin and made a ton on XRP and Pepe. Why? Because I'm calling this the simul cycle or the unicycle. Everything is moving with Bitcoin. They're charting very similarly. When Bitcoin looks bearish, every other altcoin and meme coin looks bearish. And I would say that meme coins are the exception. They're trading opposite of the cycle. So when Bitcoin's down, people are moving their money out of, when Bitcoin and altcoins are down, they're moving their money out of those projects into meme coins. And then once those run up, they're flipping it back into Bitcoin and altcoins. And it's just flip-flopping. That's why I'm calling it the unicycle, the simul cycle. Everything is simultaneously moving together, and Bitcoin is in the driver's seat. But really, I say Bitcoin is the navigator in the front seat, and the news is the one driving right now.
Yeah. But hey, keep this in mind, right? You just said meme coins. I'm honestly bullish on Solana for this reason, because Solana can literally both pump as an alt, as a strong alt, while Bitcoin is pumping, and it can still pump if mass people are buying Solana to trade these meme coins. So Solana's actually in a really good position for this run, in my personal opinion.
Now you're starting to think like I do. Why do you think I picked Solana? Now you see it. Exactly. And Solana is quick and low gas fees, just like XRP. And it doesn't
Although I will say Coinbase sold a little bit they ruined a lot of people with the Solana's fast, but some of these exchanges can really, mess you up if you're not careful.
Yeah. That's why I say I don't recommend Coinbase. It lags whenever you need to make something happen.
Yes. Yep.
Let's see here. Could altcoin season have happened in Q4 last year? Someone showed similar charts 2021 and 2024. That's exactly what I'm saying, Francesca, is it's a simul cycle, okay? Where we basically had our altcoin season started in like July of 2024, and it peaked in January. That's what I've been saying this entire show since I started the show in like January or February. I think it was. I started in January because I saw it happening, and I was like, people need to know this. This is a major possibility, and I need to save people's homes and 401ks, and I got to do something. So that's why I started the show. Let's see here, because I'll tell you what, in January, every creator was preaching mega cycle. Everyone.
Yeah.
And it's a possibility, but we have to be open to the idea of what is also happening at the same time and be aware of it. And I was probably the first creator to come out and say, hey, it's probably not going down like we hoped. And they all called me a clown, and here we are under $2. Josh wanted to call me a clown a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, hey, really the only thing I disagree on is XRP's potential in the short term.
I think I agree with you, but I think it's more long term. See, we're more aligned than you think.
We'll see. Yeah. But I mean, something I wanted to point out is I did some research, and David Schwartz even just recently said that XRP price would have to be higher to settle more large transactions. So we'll see. We'll see what they do.
G Money says next year we'll see some regulation and pumps, but altcoin season is next year if we're lucky. And that's exactly what I was saying to you earlier, Josh, is if we continue in this cycle through into January, February of next year and continue to hold, I'm leaning towards that face melting mega cycle, because Bitcoin will have had its time to run, and all the altcoins still held, and then it'll lose its dominance and boom.
So that would be actually probably that scenario would make me really happy. If we can let Bitcoin run, get its adoption, but everything else holds, and then all that money starts flowing into alts. That would be super bullish, man.
Right. And I'm hoping, because that's more time to accumulate. That means every month you got a few more $100 to throw in there.
Yep. Every single time the market dumps 8%.
Yeah, that's only if it comes to pass. So don't, mortgage your house for it. But if you can afford to lose it, it's definitely a good roll. The odds are stacked against you, but they're also good odds,
Yeah.
you know?
And I mean, look, if we look at the charts, XRP ran up. What was it, September last year, August, September? I remember that it was running up. And look, it's held up very strong for months on end now.
Yeah, it's just
So if
consolidating. It's
yeah,
consolidating
so
at the $2 zone.
if we can hold out like let's say we pump a little bit higher, right? Um this August, September, because that's usually what happens. And then we have a little bit of a pullback again, and we hold out like what you just said. We hold while Bitcoin does its thing. And then what are you looking at like quarter wise of 2026? Are you thinking more like quarter one to quarter two, or more in the middle or towards the end?
I think it just Bitcoin keeps going until July. And then the second half of next year is face melting, craziest altcoin season you've ever seen in your life. Obviously, it won't be as big as like what Bitcoin did because it's more spread out, but you will see those all-time highs on
Yeah.
lots of projects. I would say top 50. If
Yeah.
we don't see it, you're going to see top 10 or under, and Bitcoin will remain dominant.
Yeah. And I mean, the current administration has a huge incentive to have what you just said play out. Speculative, but if they can pull that off, it's a really good look for them. And I'm just
And
saying,
that's why I think they're holding off on the no tax on cryptos to keep
yeah,
the price up. It all makes sense. That's why I said it's not happening this year. Okay? That everyone gets me wrong. They think that they're not getting it broke down to them like we're doing now finally. This is well needed to be done, okay? And I thank you for coming on the show cuz this was needed. It's not happening yet. But eventually something big is going to happen. And I think once everyone is tucked into sleep and they all think no more alt season, it's over, Bitcoin's going to remain dominant, and they'll say, see you in 4 years, and it's all over, and people start pulling their money out of their alts or whatever and saying, I'm done, that's when it's going to happen. And no one's going to be prepared for it. And then all that money's going to come when it starts happening. It's all going to come flushing in all at the same time with everything else. Like it'll be spectacular.
Yeah. And that's usually how these crypto markets work. Looking back at all the last cycles, it's always when people think it's over is when the market makers flip it and we start reversing the other way. So are we looking more like, I don't want to be too speculative, but that would be more timelines like September. So November, September. So yeah, October towards November, potentially.
And look, Neo said it right here. If you're self-employed, your spouse to pay eliminated quarterly tax withholding, especially if you're in profit. Wait, oh, I read that wrong. Never, that's not what we were talking about, but I get what you're saying, Neo.
So are you talking about November 2025 or are you talking all the way November 2026?
2026.
Interesting. So,
A
but
super
there is going to be
cycle isn't
some
going
of
to
a,
happen in 1 year. It could literally, this could become an annual thing. If we're moving towards adoption, what's going to happen is, first of all, they don't want all these 18-year-old kids like you and normie people getting super fucking rich off this, right? They don't want that.
yeah,
They can't have all that new money. They're gonna push a narrative, tuck everyone into sleep, and then the big money is gonna move in at a smart money position into all those alts. And then all the Bitcoin
so
holders are going to move into those alts at the same time. And then it's going to set off a crazy alt season. And it's going to, in order to have this super cycle you're talking about, it can't just happen in 4 quarters. It
So
takes
are you thinking
longer.
more like, what was I gonna say? I guess I'm leaning more towards. So we obviously there's going to be a bit of a push though soon here over August and September because of the whole narrative. People are going to be buying these alts, especially top tens.
Right, because they're
Are
going to
you
be
thinking?
hoping and expecting
Yeah.
for something in
So
September, and they'll get something lackluster. It'll get a little
so
bit, and that'll be it.
when we were talking about the alts holding, are you talking about holding at the current levels they're at now? So are you talking about a short-term pump and then they fall back to there, or are they going to hold after that short-term pump?
I think XRP is the indicator in this one. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
XRP is still up like 400%. Okay, and
Because
that's why I watch XRP so closely, because other
I
coins have already ran down, but XRP is still consolidating between 150 and 250. And as long as that remains, I think it's still game on.
yeah. And the $2 line is just going to gain even more support because more people are going to flood in, and the type of XRP holders they are, I would even see them holding all the way till November of 2026. They would hold it, and
Yeah, it's all psychology, man. I,
it's a
I
possibility.
I've broken this whole thing down and ran this whole scenario through my head, and I'm like, this makes sense. That's why I
I will
have the
say,
magnet on XRP at $2.
I think what I would be interesting to look at is you're saying November 2026. I might be, and I could be biased, but I think there might be a chance that it happens a little bit sooner than that,
Of
just because
course,
things can change.
it could happen in
So,
February next year. I'm just leaning
you know,
towards, when do we normally see alt season? Like October,
yeah,
November, right? And I think that coming into 2026 through the summer, when its sell and may go away, that's when everyone goes to sleep and they think
yeah.
it's over. And then
So
that's the
literally,
buy time.
the way you're going to be making your money is by basically buying the alts at whatever dip we get for the last week of June here, then selling the top of that, leaving a moon bag because you never know what happens,
Mm-hmm.
and then buying back in when it consolidates back and then just hold it. And then actually, hold on. At that point, it doesn't even matter if it happens earlier because you're already in and you're positioned, so it doesn't even matter at
And
that
then you can
point.
accumulate over the next 4 years if you have to. Either way, it's a win.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it yeah. So
It's
and
called
and
smart
also
money
it's a good
trading, bro.
opportunity to make more too in the short time.
Yeah. It's called being smart money. Positioning yourself. We're playing chess here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we are positioning for a checkmate.
I mean, hey, we watch these charts all day, so if anything ever changes, we'll know about it. But
Yeah.
this could be great, I think. And now I'm actually, you know, now I think more people should be talking about this because all these influencers out here, I go on X, the market is green, we're tweeting bullish. The market is red, bull run is over. Like it it's very,
Dude, the
iffy
market
and
was
and
green
honestly,
yesterday, and I had the red
yep.
light and the red Hulk on yesterday. Okay.
It's yeah.
And the red light is still on because I think we still have more downward movement to go.
Yeah,
So
I mean, we
when
could
the white light turns on, that's when it's like it could go either way. But usually the red light is on when things are green and the green light is on when things are red. And that's how it
yeah.
how it normally goes. And that's what's
So
different between me and other creators, is because I'm telling you not what the market's doing, what it's about to do.
yeah.
Because
I think
those other
also
creators, they have everything to gain because they're holding those coins. They have everything to gain to pump the price a little bit more. I'm over
yeah.
here. I'm
I think
unbiased. I'm holding stable coins, bro. I got my moon bags.
I would even I would biasly say that, it would be absolutely crazy if these alts hold it out till Q1 to Q2 of 2026, and then all of a sudden we get, Ripple utility and it just absolutely sends after everybody took out. That would be a hilarious thing to see.
Yeah. And that with this trading strategy, it lines up for that case scenario too. Giddy Marie says, can't you just buy and hold? Well, no, because what if the other option happens and we just get no alt season? Because that is also on the table too. What we're doing is this is a strategy to make sure that we're profitable in either case scenario.
Yep.
The trick is to stay profitable. Okay. Now, obviously, everyone's a little bit behind because maybe you just got into the show a few months ago, but I mean, I've been saying all of this since January. So even if, you're wherever it is, that's why I offer the deluxe subscription, so that way we can create the strategy to get you in that smart money position, so that it's basically you're good. No matter what happens, you're going to be good. Now, maybe you miss out on a little bit of movement. You're not going to catch every wick, you're not going to catch everything, but the idea is to be safe and know that you're not going to lose your 401k, but you're also going to be positioned and primed for if something does happen, you're ready. And that's why you need to be in this show, watching it and up to date. And that's why I'm recording the shows and uploading them to YouTube, so you can go back and watch and be updated, because it's evolving every single day. Things are changing every single day, and we're adapting to what is happening. And I could be completely wrong, and I don't care about my pride. I care about you financially and myself financially. It's in my best interest to say, hey, things are changing. This is what we're looking at now.
Yeah. And, honestly, if this is dragged out a little bit longer, it would actually be primarily good for XRP, because if we get that, regulation passed, then, these institutions can really start using its use case, which would even help boost the market even more. So, honestly, this is something I wish I would have thought about a little bit before, because this is going to be a Bitcoin led run for the first time. I mean, you know, states are voting on their own reserves besides just the government. That's something they've been doing.
Other
Every single state,
countries,
actually. Yeah.
other countries are creating them. Other corporations are creating them. That's why
It's,
I'm leaning
yeah.
this direction.
I think even China posted today that they want to get more active with crypto, but they use the word specifically Bitcoin. So, now you have all these billionaires and millionaires coming out on X, and there were so many interviews today. Um, the Strike CEO said trillions will flow into crypto in September. I'm sorry, Bitcoin. So they're saying that for a reason, because one, them saying it causes people to buy in now, and two, when you get the extra $1 trillion in September, even more people are going to FOMO into it. So it's going to be a massively Bitcoin led run, and obviously, these some alts are going to pump along with that. But to be fair, if Bitcoin holds that and doesn't go back down, there's not going to be any extra liquidity for alts. So that scenario, that's a likely play out.
Yeah. G Money says, is this Josh from the other night? Yes, this is Josh from the other night.
Yep.
Welcome to the Ledger Lounge, Josh. New cast member.
He said, I like his take, but we got to stay cautious in DCA.
I do not recommend DCAing. In this situation, you could potentially DCA all the way to the bottom and an altcoin season never comes. Be careful. Everyone's situation is different. Okay? Everyone has...
Short-term run might be likely, but we have to wait and see, because we need some sort of a signal, too, for that.
I think we get a bit of a run in September. And it will be lackluster. It won't, because everyone expects it. They'll create it. Just like how I trade with the moon cycle. I don't think that it's real, but I think lots of other people think that it's real. And because they think that it's real, it becomes real. Just like reading the charts, it should be random
Yeah.
and unchartable. But because we all see the patterns and we're all doing the same things together, it becomes real.
Yeah.
So I do
Yeah.
think we get something because they will create it, they will manifest it, they will need it to happen.
Yeah.
Right. But I think it ends up being lackluster, and a lot of people end up holding, and when it runs up, it's not as much as they thought, and they think that it's going to go much higher, and then they end up holding it too long and don't make any money, and then they say, oh man, I missed out, I lost a bunch of money, I'm done with crypto, I'll see you in 4 years.
Yeah.
And then they'll miss out.
Yeah, ideal strategy is really going to be, catch this small pump that we have if we have it, and then, shave out those profits, leave a moon bag. And if we don't see Bitcoin dump, I would honestly say, because when did we start going back down with XRP? Do you know the exact date on that?
uh
After we ran.
January 30th.
So if we get past, if we're in January and December and Bitcoin is holding, that would be an indicator, at least to me, that we see the alts go back down a little bit, hold, and then we have a massive run for alts after
eventually
that cools down.
eventually Bitcoin will cool down. And even with these
Yeah.
strategic reserves, that obviously they will have those reserves, and that'll keep fueling it. But eventually, retail and large whale investors will leave the market.
Yeah.
The question is how much dominance does Bitcoin lose because of that?
I think it could be a lot, just because of how many, there's considerably more whales every single cycle, right? There's a lot of rich people who are,
But what if there's
needing.
countries and massive multi-billion dollar, trillion dollar corporations that are creating trillions of dollars of untouchable Bitcoin? That's the
Yeah, I
problem.
mean, the higher Bitcoin goes, ultimately it's bullish overall, but, you know, if anything, we'll have to see. I'm still more leaning that we get, the massive altcoin cycle a little bit sooner than all the way November of 2026. And I could be wrong. I think it could happen sooner just because people tend to lose their patience a lot. And also, I think a lot of these whales, they might have thought of the same thing ahead of time. They might think, yeah, Bitcoin might hold. And then it comes, and then they start positioning themselves in the alts early, which people might see that. And so that might spark it to happen sooner.
I think
Because,
I think they know that everything's run up and everything's holding, and they don't want to buy the top. And I think it makes more sense that strategically they would tuck people into sleep, make them think the bull run's over, they missed out, let it run down, and then move in.
yeah, I mean, the other part too is, if we play out by the cycle, like we just said, Bitcoin goes up, it doesn't come back down, which people would be expecting, then some people will take out of their alts. But I think also a lot will hold, because
Mac,
there's this whole nuance that if Bitcoin is up, the market should be up, right? So
Maximus says, Michael Saylor says otherwise. Michael Saylor has everything to benefit from keeping the
he
price of
also,
Bitcoin up.
yeah,
That dude has
he also
so
has a
many
lot to
leveraged
lose.
positions on Bitcoin. I don't trust anything he says.
Michael Saylor has a lot to lose too.
Yeah,
But
this is
I think these
unbiased.
institutions are gonna play the game of Bitcoin doesn't come back down. And I think a lot of people are gonna get mixed up with that, because that's not how the past cycles have played out, right? Bitcoin is always supposed to come back down. But also what's interesting is these banks were like, if we're gonna let people, mortgage their house against it, it has to be stable. So what are these institutions gonna do? They can buy Bitcoin with money they don't need. They can leave it in there, which keeps the price of Bitcoin up. The only people who will take out are whales and retail. And they know that whales and retail will come back next year or next cycle way stronger than last time. so these institutions can just leave their money in Bitcoin.
Yep.
And
And that's
you
more
know,
strategic reserves. Imagine the banking system across the board creating their
yeah,
strategic reserves as well. We're talking about a
and then
lot of money.
I'd have to biasly come in and say, maybe at some point Ripple starts taking over Swift, maybe starts settling some of the stock market, and then
The only
that
way,
runs up.
the only way that happens is with the injunction removed. Ripple
Yeah, that's what
cannot,
I want to see that,
and that
and I
looks like we're 2
I
years
don't want
out
them
on
to
that one.
settle. We'll have to see. I also want to biasly say it'll happen sooner, but I don't want to see them settle. That's for sure. Because there's a lot of XRP army people who are saying just let them settle, but
No,
they
you
don't
don't
really
want
know
that.
what that means. You don't want them to settle because then you're gonna end up, XRP is gonna be in the same boat as Tether, and then also, the other thing you were mentioning with ETH maybe not leading the cycle. That I don't want to say something that's wrong here, but I heard that there was a large legal company that said they think Ethereum might end up being delisted. This is huge speculation because they have a lot of, or they also broke a lot of securities laws per se.
Really.
So
We'll have Jesse look into that tomorrow.
yeah, that's why
Um,
I'm saying speculative because I don't know if it's real. But that would put XRP in a similar spot as if, or I mean, sorry, that would put Ethereum in a similar spot as XRP. But I honestly think Ethereum would be in a worse position because they've had these really high gas fees and they've done this and this.
George Orwell
So
says Ripple taking over Swift is a bold statement. LOL. They only 1400 TPS. Thank you, George. Thank you, George. George is a smart cookie. Listen to him. I want to go over what Big Baller said. He said, "When is the next moon cycle?" So Big Baller, the full moon is on, I want to say, July 5th. And that's what I'm okay. So I'm thinking one of two things. Either it kind of lines up with, oh, so it's the 10th. Okay. So the tariff thing is on the 9th. So if we're going into a full moon, there's a possibility that tariffs deals get signed, and that's a full moon, and that's what creates the spark of everything taking off.
I think I saw Trump or the White House announced today that they're going to be signing a trade deal with China, which is really interesting.
Right.
And I was talking about it with my dad, and I was like, actually, here's something interesting. I want to say this real quick. Jerome Powell said the other day that he would be willing to possibly lower interest rates if he can see Trump get more trade deals done. And I was sitting there with my dad eating dinner, and I was like, you know what? I bet Trump already has 2 trade deals ready to go, and he's been saving them for exactly this.
Right.
Because now you've
EU
got
and
Jerome Powell.
China.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And
So
so
you
that would be the
save them
perfect
to cause
storm.
these.
So the
Yep.
perfect storm would be those two trade deals and lowering of interest rates. That would be the
Yep.
spark. And that's what I'm saying. And Big Baller says by July 4th. I agree with that. That's kind of what I'm waiting for, is that July 4th dip. July 4th dip. People are going to be wanting to go on vacation or do certain things, and they're going to pull liquidity out to finance those things, which is going to cause a bit of a dip. And then that's probably going to be the buy point. And that's why I've been saying I'm like somewhere between the beginning of July and July 12th, somewhere around there. The tariff thing is kind of why I'm like, I'll wait to see what happens. But the full
Yeah.
moon is July 10th. The tariff thing is July 8th, 9th. So
Yeah.
if we are going to get the full moon cycle, and that is going to come into play, that lines up perfectly. I mean, think about this. The summer solstice was the day that Donald Trump bombed Iran. We had the major drop. And that happened perfectly timed. These are,
Yeah.
if you ask me, I mean, I know more about this. We can only talk about this on Twitch, but these are all rituals that they're performing. It's all planned and designed. That's why I'm looking at everything and I'm like, okay, would they do this and how would they do that? And that's where I've come to my conclusion. But I do think that July 4th may be a good buy day. And that could be goodbye to all your money or goodbye, glad you bought. It could go either way.
Yeah.
I personally want to wait for confirmation. I would rather see the news come out, good news, and then that would. So what? I didn't catch the entire pump. Smells like something's on fire. I gotta go check on something. It smells like something's on fire.
Alright. I'm interested to hear everybody's opinions on Bitcoin. What do you guys think is going to happen? Swift is too political, or Swift is a political tool? Yeah, and also, the Federal Reserve or Jerome Powell has a huge influx or a huge say of what happens because, controlling interest rates
You
is
smell it?
controlling the market in a way, right? If interest rates
Bring
were
that
to
in
get
here.
lowered, you're going to see a bunch of liquidity flow in, and that'll go into Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a laundering coin. I mean, Bitcoin is just the first coin. It was the first coin that was created. It's a coin everybody buys. It's got the fire extinguisher. Um, but no, these institutions are playing into what everybody wanted. Everybody wanted Bitcoin to go up, and Bitcoin was too slow. It didn't have a use case. So, now everybody's switching to it's a store of value. So, these institutions are going to play right into that and they're going to pump Bitcoin. And then more and more FOMO is going to happen and they're going to flood in. And that's just going to be what it's going to be. But
What did I miss?
it, uh, somebody was saying that Bitcoin is a laundering coin. So I was saying that Bitcoin is the first coin that was ever created. Therefore, everybody's buying it. And before that, I was talking about the Federal Reserve and interest rates. And I was talking about how, these institutions and these whales, they know everybody was, buying Bitcoin. And it turned out Bitcoin was too slow. So now they're saying it's a store of value and they're going to play into the FOMO that everybody's creating, and everybody's going to flood into Bitcoin, and these institutions are going to play into that. They're going to pump it, and then retail will FOMO into it.
All right. So no fire that I can tell, but it does smell like burnt hair. I don't know if somebody. So IT guy's looking for a fire. I sure hope there's not a fire because this room is very flammable. It's
Mars
wall to
says,
wall
but
flammable.
XRP is old tech and no banks use it. I mean, right now, though, banks, I mean, they're using XRP, but it's very small. It's very small. It's like, you know, some people are messing around with it here and there.
Yeah, there's
But,
like 3 banks or so that are using it, and they're less than 100 employees of these banks
yeah.
and even less clients. So, not really any use case happening. I think it's more or less maybe a test. Who knows? But there's
Yeah, it's
no
more
real adoption.
what I'm betting on when I say XRP going up, I'm betting on the adoption because the utility aspect of it is there. The question is, with these 1,300 NDAs do we have, do those involve large banks? Do those involve large institutions? And I'm just betting on the fact that
I would
they are going to
say
use it.
I would say most of those NDAs are for private individuals working in the company, and a few of them are for
That
other
could be
companies
true.
that are
Yeah.
working with it.
So again, people have their opinions. The internet is very divided on XRP. Um There's XRP and this is the thing. If we get this small, altcoin pump as Bitcoin starts to move up here, people are going to buy it because people know about this. I'm not the only one talking about it. So it's going to create that speculation factor and people are going to buy it and they're going to hold it for when that day inevitably could happen, which I think it will. Nobody knows the exact date on it, but what we're basically talking about is when this small pump happens, you want to take out on it, leave a moon bag, and then reposition yourself for when it happens because these banks don't have to decide to adopt it at the peak of XRP's price during August and September, right? Like that's they could end up doing it in December. They could do it, August next year. Like nobody really knows, but you just have to keep in mind that you have to watch the charts, be in the know of what's happening, and really position yourself because that's how you make money. And
Yeah, look for
XRP
that
is a trade
smart
coin.
money. Look for that smart money entry zone and just hold and wait. That's how you hold and wait. You can't buy the top and hold and wait. That's not smart because you'll hold it to the bottom and then the next time it runs up, you didn't really make anything. All
And the
good?
whales are trading it sideways too. Even if we hold out $2 for the next 8 months, we might go, $2.20, 2.30, 2.50, or $2.50, or the other way. We could go up and down, and they're going to keep playing into that. And it's a good coin to trade, obviously, and that's the thing because most of the people in XRP, yeah, they're in for long term holds, but you also have to understand that that's why it's good to have enough to where you can leave a moon back, but you can also trade it like everybody else is because that's what they're doing. The whales are trading this. I mean, yeah, look at the chart. Like
I'm trading it.
it's
Like I'm not,
yeah, it's being traded.
and that's where the money is made in crypto is not from buying and holding. It's made from trading it because it swings so much. That's what makes it valuable and what makes it so much better than the stock market. Stock market, you buy it and you hold it long term. 30 years later, you got some money sitting there. Okay. With
Yeah.
crypto, you can do the same thing you would do in 30 years in one cycle, if not more. And that's where it gets its value from is by swing trading it. If you're just buying the top and holding it, hoping for a moon, you're doing it wrong.
What are your thoughts on Solana? Because we talked about it being basically usable even when the other side of the market is down, even though tendencies recently have shown that it kind of dips when everything else dips. But um, I mean it more in a perspective of we get this small alt run, right? Just because everybody's going to be buying into it. If we're let's say that what we were talking about plays out, where Bitcoin stays up, and then we get a massive, massive altcoin run later, right? Do we sell Solana at this short-term alt pump, or do we hold it just because of the fact that it can also be used
Well,
throughout? Because we've seen, people keep flooding back to meme coins.
that depends on the when you bought it, obviously. Everyone's different.
Yeah,
But Solana is not a meme coin. So even
yeah.
though memes are pumping, yeah, there's a possibility that it stays up. But I believe that that liquidity will flow out of there into meme coins if we get a regular bull run. So I think moving it, from Solana to Pepe, for instance, would be probably the smart move. Because
I guess yeah.
even if the meme coins, switch to meme coins, everyone else is going to be like, okay, Solana pumped, it's going to come back down. So they're going to jump out of it and they're going to jump into meme coins. It'll be business
So
as usual if that
you're
happens.
saying it would make I'm just in a dilemma because like if you bought Solana like relatively early, like we're talking about $25-$30, right? Does it make sense to just hold it out till we get the massive potential altcoin cycle 8 to 9 months from now instead of selling, because of a short-term pump that we might see within September and August?
I think the smart thing is because it's all speculative, we don't really know what's going to happen. We can speculate all we want. is to take profits at every resistance zone on the way up, keep a moon bag. When it starts crashing like crazy, obviously pull it out or leave it if you think it's, that's up to you, not financial advice. But definitely take profits at every resistance zone and every psychological number. 007, 333, 444, 555, right? 123.
Yeah.
Those are psychological zones. $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $5.50, 10, so on and so forth. Those psychological numbers will always be a point of resistance, even if it's gone to an all-time high. So that's where you're going to be taking your profit, or you're taking profits at. Leave some in there.
Yeah.
But if we're going like crazy and you're making profit, there's nothing wrong with leaving a little bit in there for just in case. You've already made a ton of money. Don't be greedy. At the same time, be a little bit, but don't leave anything in your moon bag that you're not willing to lose and go to zero,
Yeah. So I guess I'm honestly really excited to watch how this all plays out. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin ends up holding at these higher levels and stuff gets dragged out a little bit. Personally, I have to be a little bit biased and say that I don't think it's going to get dragged out that far, but I could be wrong. But ultimately, at the end of the day, whatever ends up happening, there's money to be made. So, that's the good thing.
Right.
And I'm thinking you look at the XRP chart right now, that original green pump we have all the way at the front there. There could be a chance we get something like that come August and September. And I feel like, we might top out at 8.15, maybe 15. And then, right, because like if Bitcoin holds, it's going to come back down because there's not going to be extra liquidity coming in. And like I said before, we're not going to get much higher on retail alone. So it's more plausible to play out that way.
I wonder if XRP is gonna inverted head and shoulders right here.
This is a key level right here.
233. If it doesn't, because like this is where I'm at with it, is like even with the bad news, you're still bullish. And I think most people are, and they're just going to trade according to what the charts say. And look, it hit right here at resistance at 207, 208, right? And so that would potentially take it up to either probably about 220 and then come back down, and then you'd get like the golden arch, the McDonald's symbol, sending it back down to 190 zone or lower. Or it breaks resistance here at 220, 221, and then it would shoot up to 233.
Which could happen if we get the trade deals. That could be something that they might use to get the market to break.
Well, this would happen.
And this is what I'm...
Let's see. So today is the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. It would happen by the 1st, 2nd. We won't have trade deals by they could sign before the deadline. But
also cryptos also sell the news, so we might pump 24 hours or 48 hours before they sign if we know it's coming.
Yeah, I think we pump, and then on the 29th... It just depends
if we close above that line.
On the 28th, we hit 220, and then we start heading back down. And then by the 1st, we get that Ripple sell-off, bringing us down to 190, $2 to $1.90, depending on what happens. I would say that $2 is going to be the first point of resistance. Maybe it hits there. I think that's more likely, and that we see $2 at least. But it could potentially come all the way to 190, and if it breaks 190, and I'm leaning towards hitting the lower number because of the news narrative. Okay, I'm trying to use because it could go either way, obviously, but we have a very bad narrative. So there's probably a lot of people that are like, okay, the charts say it's going to run. I'm going to get out once it gets right here. And when it doesn't break resistance and it starts running back down, everyone else is going to run out of it, which is going to send it past $2, which would take it to the next zone of 190, and then the next zone will be 180, and then 175, and then 163-ish, 161.
Yeah.
And that's right where the magnet's at right here, by the way. And it's right on the date, July 5th, July 4th. See it? Like perfectly lined up. So I think we hit maybe 175 by July 4th.
I'm thinking there might be a small possibility that if we get Bitcoin holding up, that maybe, other coins might drop below, but I'm sensing somewhat of a feeling of that possibly XRP gets another leg up, maybe 2 legs up, and then that level also holds for another 6 months till Bitcoin starts to really cool off and we get a massive alt season. Because that could happen. I mean, the type of holders that XRP has.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people that are XRP holders that saw the news today and are like, okay, I need to get out of this thing. Not all of them.
It was a delay. It wasn't really a ruling.
But it's a long delay. And the ruling was that verbatim was indefinite. That I got it right here. There's another article, but it basically said that the ruling would be indefinite. Let's read it out here. So Judge Torres is frustrated with Ripple SEC lawsuit, says XRP lawyer. Judge Annalisa Torres recently rejected a joint attempt by Ripple and SEC to modify the court's previous judgment with an agreed upon injunction. Legal expert Fred I don't know how to spell that and speak that, believes that decision reveals something deeper and said, welcome to the new SEC for now, more or less the same as the last one. On X, this guy made a long post saying that no legal barriers were preventing Judge Torres from accepting the motion. That's not true, but she did not. So he breaks down 2 reasons for the rejection. First, Judge Torres is frustrated that the case dragged on for 4 or 5 years. No, that's not. That's normal business as usual with intensive litigation. Another reason is that she may have political bias, possibly being resistant to perceived Trump-era influences on the case. I don't believe that either. I think it is she made a ruling and she's not going to go back on it. People, when you appeal a case with a court, you're basically saying that the judge did something wrong. That's what an appeal is. Judges do not like that whatsoever. What judge wants to be told that you broke the law? Because that's basically what an appeal is. An appeal is saying that the judge broke the law and shouldn't have done what they did. Okay? That's more or less it. It's probably more of a pride thing, but also the judge has the final say.
Right.
He said neither the SEC nor Ripple gave a strong enough reason to explain why the court should now ignore or soften harsh words it previously used, like calling Ripple's actions egregious. He thinks the SEC did not take real responsibility for its past actions in the Ripple case. There are 2 possible reasons for this. As per him, neither Ripple nor the SEC ever discussed the need to include honest statement from current officials, which would be a big legal mistake. Else, the Ripple did ask, the SEC refused. This crappy motion on the SEC letterhead is the best I can offer. Repulsi joked, likening the effort to a meme of Pawn Stars. He says the SEC hasn't really changed on crypto. He doubts the SEC will stay silent and let Ripple win, calling that a 0% chance. Instead, he expects a quiet $50 million settlement with injunction left in place. And I think that's the case. Here's the thing is, the SEC enforces legislation, okay? Just because there's a new chairman of the SEC or leader, they still have to follow the law. Okay, the judge still has to follow the law. Ripple broke the law. The injunction stays in place. The only way it's changing is with new legislation. And this is what I've been saying. Let's see. He says the court injunction doesn't impact XRP's secondary market of future ETF approvals. It only matters if the SEC chooses to enforce it, which seems unlikely under the current leadership. So yeah. So will the SEC enforce the futures ETF, right? Or the future ETF? Probably not. Probably not, but the next administration could. So keep that in mind. He added
Which is why it's important. Yeah.
Yeah. He added that the SEC has the authority to grant waivers that remove any restrictions from the injunction, like IPO timing, so nothing stopped them from clearing the path if they want to. I don't necessarily agree that that's what's going to happen, okay? The SEC has to adhere to certain rules. This guy's obviously biased, and these are his opinions, okay? It could, okay? The SEC could not enforce the injunction, but I'll tell you this. If the SEC doesn't enforce the injunction, the judge could potentially go after the SEC. Or the whoever is on the SEC could be held liable, and they would have fault on them. So that is a gray area. But does the chairman of the SEC, what's his name, David Sachs? Does David Sachs want to go down and ruin his entire career for Ripple? I don't know. I don't think so. Unless he's got some big money payout coming to him. It just doesn't seem likely. There are ways around this. I get it. Things can happen. But these scenarios that he's playing out seem very unlikely. This one says Ripple versus SEC lawsuit hits shocking standstill. Still, XRP dips immediately. Let me see. Where was it?
I think this just goes to show that as somebody, and I don't speak for everybody in the XRP army, but we don't want a settlement agreement. I think the other nice part about this is the judge is also, the nice thing about delaying it instead of ruling on it is it actually gives the government time, or the current administration, to put forth regulation, which if they do, that could impact the future way that she, rules ultimately, and that
Right.
could be beneficial in the long term. So
Exactly.
I wouldn't,
But that could take
yeah,
some time. We're looking at minimum 6 months, but I'm thinking more the timeline of a year to 2 years. That's the justice system moves slow. But here's what I wanted to read here is Chief Legal Officer responded to the last ruling on X with this The ball is back in our court. XRP's legal status is not a security, remains unchanged. In the meantime, it's business as usual. So the injunction stays in place. XRP is assigned as not a security, but it has to go through an appeals court. So now what has to happen is a different judge has to rule that Annalisa Torres broke the law. Okay? That's where we're at. But did she break the law? No. That's the problem. So will the injunction get removed? Probably not anytime soon. I think, though, with legal clarity in the next year, that would bring about within a year and 6 months to 2 years the dropping of the case. So it's going to take time.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't mean it's over for Ripple, but I do think it does throw a wrench in the gears for XRP this cycle, for sure. I think a lot of people that are XRP maxis are going to read the article that we read prior and think that the SEC is going to not enforce anything and they're going to do whatever they want and all that. So yeah, it's still going to run. But I think a lot of people, a lot of big money whale investors are going to shy away from it now. But it'll still pump. It's still going to do something if we get the altcoin season that we want. All right, brother.
I mean, yeah.
That's the end of the show. Thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate you. You're always welcome here. I will see you on the next one. We have a special guest tomorrow. But I'll see you around, brother. Thank you for coming on. You're always welcome. All right, everybody. Thank you all. We didn't really cover much of the news that's on here. So basically, I'll read through the headlines real quick. Coinbase stock touched its 52-week high. We kind of talked about all that already. Coinbase keeps going. Powell says Fed rate cut is on hold even as Trump demands cuts. There's a potential that if we get trade deals that Powell will back off. The housing market is set for the worst year in decades, says Meredith Whitney. I agree with that. The EU considers lowering tariffs on the U.S. import in effect to woo Trump. And at the same time, Trump's deadline in July is not critical, says the White House, which means they may be looking to do. But Trump had threatened to impose a 50% tariff on the European Union, but 2 days later agreed to delay until July 9th. So we will see. I think he's tired of getting run around, though. I think he's done with getting the runaround and nothing getting done, and he wants these things settled. So because he wants interest rates to come down. So in order to do that, he needs to get some of these settled. So he may play hardball. He may put 150% tariffs like he did on China on the EU. So keep that in mind. It could go either way. It says the EU is ready for a trade deal with the U.S., but all opinions remain on the table, says as the deadline looms for Trump's 50% tariff threat, differences emerge between Germany and France over the potential deal. So not everyone is in agreement at the EU right now. Some people are saying retaliatory tariffs, and some people are saying, give them a deal. So that makes it more difficult. EU warns a baseline Trump tariff would still spur retaliation. So if Trump puts the baseline 50% tariff out, expect retaliatory tariffs, expect a nasty war on this one. And you can find news that say it's going to be good, and they seem like a little bit pipe dreamy, but This is the facts is they are threatening retaliatory tariffs, and Trump does not like to be threatened. You already saw what he did with China just because they didn't respond to him. Okay, so be aware, we are not out of the woods yet. And then that's, we don't need to cover that. All right, that's it for the show. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch, and any of these shows, if you missed the show, you can find them. They're recorded. You can rewatch them. They're all on YouTube at Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. They will all be the same. I will never reach out to you and message you. I will always ask you to message me first. Okay, so if you're a deluxe subscriber, you can message me first. I will never reach out to you. There are a lot of fake accounts of me out there now. Be careful. I do not have any underscores, capital letters, periods, or anything in my name. It is always at Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces, and it's never changing. Thank you all for all of the gifts. There's so many. Risky Sneaks, TikTok Seller, Rihanna, Big Nate, Fredum, Marco, Mother Dragons, Censored by TikTok, Nate, Nico, Crypto Cali, Guinea Marie, who else? Elon Muff, Akram, Jesus, Mar Lopez, Revolution, Nate, Me Cheeky, Rock Jocelyn, Crypto TV with Trey, ABSXS, and Neo 2.0. Thank you all for your amazing gifts. Censored by TikTok, thank you for more. And everyone, thank you for your overwhelming support. If you want to send any gifts, now's your last chance. Much appreciated for all your gifts. If not, save them for tomorrow's live. Let's show Francesca lots of love. With lots of gifts coming in so that we can make sure our viewership is high. But we've been doing pretty good. We've been averaging over 50 viewers, and some lives we've been over 100. I think we had over 150 viewers for a substantial amount of time yesterday, which was incredible without any promotion, which is just phenomenal. You other crypto freak out there, have a wonderful day. Take care. Good night, everyone. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the likes. We got to 42K likes. That's pretty good. Those are rookie numbers, though. We got to bump those numbers up. We got to get back into the 100K like zone we used to be in. I need that million. We used to have like 0.2 million likes. I want to get back there. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do a giveaway or something where if you or obviously you can order one yourself, but get one of those liking machines. I ordered one for the staff to put on their phones that likes the live automatically for you. It's like 100 likes forever so long. So hopefully that can save your guys' thumbs a little bit. But they're only like $4 or $5 at Walmart. So maybe I'll do a giveaway on one of them or something. All right, everyone. Thank you all for the overwhelming love and support. I will see you all. Don't forget to follow and set your notifications on for the live. So when you send a heart me, there's a section where it says set notifications. Click that and you get points for setting up notifications for the show. So that way, every time we go live, you know that we're going live. Holler, thank you. I appreciate you. And don't forget to deluxe subscribe. Become a deluxe subscriber and get one-on-one coaching with me through DMs. I also offer the technical analysis class. I have 2 spots left for the TA class. Classes will be held on Sunday starting July 6th. If you want to sign up and learn to do TA, send me a direct message. It's $25 an hour. And that's 4 hours over a month, so it's $100. Okay? Some months have an extra Sunday and you'll get that Sunday for free. But you can get that through the link in my bio for my Discord. So join my Discord. The link is in the bio. That is still growing, but it's growing every day, and it's evolving into what it's intended to be. But join it now. Get in there. And don't forget, we also have our hoodies, t-shirts, mugs. I got my mug right here. I got my t-shirt on as well. That's another way that you can help support the show. And also on Twitch, you can sign up for HelloFresh. And when you sign up for HelloFresh, make sure you use my promo code that's there, and you can get a discount. And you also are helping the show. That's $90 that goes towards the show when you sign up for HelloFresh, and you get good meals delivered to your door. Saves you time, money, and makes you healthy. And don't forget, we're live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Starting July, we will be taking away Wednesdays. We won't be going live on Wednesdays anymore, and we'll be doing the TA show on Sundays. All right, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. The magnet is strong with this one. The force is strong. And I will see y'all later. Thanks for the stickers, TikTok seller. Are you about to go live, TikTok seller? Because if so, I'll hop in there. All right, I will see y'all later.